Hello, 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 beautiful creatures. Onyx, thank you for the 10 months! That is insane, thank you so much. How are you doing, by the way? Apparently there's an update with the Genshin, and I forgot there was. I forgot that. But we're just gonna have to wait a little bit. I got some actual news for you guys. Model has been rigged, so we're just setting things up for the debut. Um, Honestly, things are going good. But there's also news for Diablo 4. We now have a free pet for Diablo 4 that will pick up gold. What was it? Let's see. I have it here. My partner sent me the list on what it will pick up. So I'm gonna scroll up here. So the pet picks up items such as gold, herbs, ores, gem fragments, crafting materials, forgotten souls, murmuring opals, and aberrant cinders. The only thing you need to pick up when you have this particular pet is pretty much literally only items. Gold, herbs, ores, gem fragments, crafting materials, forgotten souls, murmuring opals, and aberrant cinders, the pet will pick up for you. The only thing you need to pick up is the summoning items, the profound mind cage, elixirs, and well, gear items, as in, you know, the chest, the gloves, the boots, and all that stuff. That's for Diablo 4. This is not this. Currently, this is just literally going, hey, we're updating, but apparently, since I forgot, because I'm a dum-dum, we're just sitting here looking pretty, right? For those of you who don't know, Entrance Pass is pretty much up. Also, I wanted to thank the wonderful Cherry Soberry and Ace of Spades 2794 for the follow, getting us up to 325. You guys are insane. We have 5 more days of the goal to reach 500 followers, but hey, we got over 300. I am more than happy. We got more than halfway. We got like almost 3/4 of the way. Which is, by the way, absolutely insane. You guys have been amazing, and the channel wouldn't be what it is without you guys. It really wouldn't. Also, for the matter of fact, when the model is currently ready, set up, and everything else, I will be, of course, having some redeems with it. There won't be many, sadly, because the rig was cheap because I couldn't afford the more expensive one, but it's the basics. But of course, we will have more emotes and more badges to have. Hopefully, it'll let me put up badges. So we're gonna be doing that. We're gonna put that up a little bit before the debut, at least the badge thing. I'll be putting up 3 more? Yeah, I think it was 3 more. Oh my goodness. Really? It's gonna be that long? Goddamn. This is a hefty little thing. Alright. So, we're just waiting on this. It says 4 hours. I'm like, wait, what? I wanted to start early today to give you guys a little something. So about next week, we'll be getting paid on the 19th. So here. But I will be going to play Flesh and Blood on the 20th. So, we will be streaming Monday and Tuesday next week. I will not be streaming these 2 days, and I will be streaming on Friday. So Wednesday and Tuesday I am busy, and Friday I'll be streaming, and I'll be streaming Monday and Tuesday next week. It's a little bit random, I know, but the reason being for that is because I need to go on the 19th and I need to get new frames for my glasses. I need to get measured again. Hopefully not, though. I could just have the same glass that I have. So I also need to go shopping. My jeans are pretty much ripping in like 4 different places, and I need a new pair. At least 2. So it's gonna be like a shopping trip and resupply for everything at home. and that is going to take the entire day. 20th, I will be going to hang out with Blueberry during the morning hours, I believe. And then after that, I'll be going to play Flesh and Blood. And hopefully I will get some more cards. Also, there is something very fun with Diablo 4 right now. So, the pre-purchase Vessel of Hatred and instantly unlock game rewards. So, here we have something. We're just gonna press the pre-purchase. We're not gonna buy it. We're just gonna take a look at it. Okay? So, currently, what we have here is... Did I just... Why don't you... There. Okay. So, Diablo 4 has a pre-purchase, and it's kind of like an Aztec thing, and it's really cool. So while we're waiting on this to update, I am just going to put just chatting for the moment, so people don't get the wrong idea. There we go. But what we're going to do is, I'm going to get this one. I am definitely going to get this one. So the difference between the ones here, so this is the bundle. This is with the Diablo 4, the base game, and the pre-purchase package, which is the Vessel of Hatred. This is what we get. So Diablo Vessel of Hatred expansion here, and then Diablo base game. Alcor Snow Leopard pet pre-purchase bonus. So you get a Snow Leopard with this one, and then Mother Lament legendary gem for Diablo 4 Immortal pre-purchase. This is for the Diablo Immortal. I don't play that, so kudos to you who do. But same goes for the only pre-purchasing the standard edition for Vessel of Hatred is getting these two. The next one, which is the deluxe edition, is of course you get the expansion. Of course, you get the expansion with the standard edition as well. So you get the Nahatu Baywalker Spirit Armor with the Deluxe Edition, which looks like... If I could get to see the armor. So the armor is like that. A little bit. Can't really see it properly. You get the armor, you get the immortal thing. We get the canine pet with the Deluxe Edition. We get the Warcat mount and armor bundle with the Deluxe Edition. One premium battle pass token with the Deluxe Edition. With the one that I want to get, which is the Ultimate Edition, you get everything. So, meaning you get the pets, you get the token, you get the canine pet, you get that for Immortal, you get the armor set, but you also get the tiger pet. That is this one. That one. My head is in the way. Fuck. Okay, so if I just scroll up. So you get all three pets with the Ultimate Edition. The Snow Leopard, the Canine with the armor, and the Tiger Pet. Not to mention, you get the Angel Wings, you get 5 armor sets for every class, you get the mount with the armor, and you also get a portal, and you get a premium battle pass token and 3,000 platinum. That is only for the Ultimate Edition. You get everything with the Ultimate Edition. So click on this one, you get these. Why didn't I just press that? I'm just a fucking idiot. Here's the standard edition. You get this. Expansion with the... This is just the expansion bundle. And of course the standard edition itself. The deluxe edition, you get these. Really cool. And then the Vessel of Hatred Ultimate Edition, which is this wonderful thing. Alright. I'm gonna get myself the Ultimate Edition because I want it. Okay. This is gonna take forever. Why are you so slow? Hello, Brandy! How are you doing, sweetie? We're just waiting on, currently, this update bullshit here. Like, why? Ah. I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait. I do not want to wait. But I have to, because, you know, update shit. I am not sick anymore. I'm just kind of restless, really. I've been wanting to do things, and now that I can't do things, I'm stuck. So I'm stuck on the painting that I want to do, and I have been wanting to draw, and then I haven't been able to draw because after being sick for so long, I get like this blockage that I just can't get past, and now I just kind of want to take my frustration out on games. Yes, I try to pick one and it doesn't go my way. I try to pick another one, it doesn't go my way. I pick a different one and it doesn't go my way, and I'm like, fuck this bullshit! So it's like the dilemma of I want to do things, I pick one, and it just goes to shit. It is absolutely annoying. Oh, are we getting a new character? Wait, what? Huh? Hang on a minute. Okay, we're getting a new character, aren't we? Okay, let's watch.
Every time I visit the desert of Sumeru, it strikes me as a mysterious place. For starters, who is best equipped to deal with desert life? The eremites based there, or the academia scholars sent to study King Deshret's civilization? I'd say there's a third answer.
Bags packed and ready to roll.
Sethos was raised in the desert and is privy to many secrets passed down from the age of King Deshret. This is coveted knowledge, but Sethos' electro-powered arrows keep prying eyes well away. As an exceptional outdoorsman, you can count on Sethos' adventuring skills. When Sethos is in your party, the location of resources unique to Sumeru will appear on your minimap, making it easier to gather supplies. Sethos' normal attack can combo up to 3 consecutive shots, dealing physical damage. With a
Oh my god, there's a character that actually lets you know when there's... Oh my god, yes! I fucking love this. Okay, so we want the new character. Kudos. That is absolutely brilliant. The thing is that he actually makes it show up on the minimap. I'm like, oh yes, please. Oh my goodness, that is actually wonderful, wonderful news. Chlorine is on the new banner as well, but I want Sethos. I don't care about anything. I want Sethos. That's it. That is it. Yeah, it'll save a lot of time to, like, instead of looking at a lot of different like maps and guides and so on and so forth, to actually have someone that actually marks the map that is like the flowers that are only in Sumeru and stuff like that. That is actually going to be a huge time saver. Not to mention if he also manages to make scarabs show up as well, because I need the scarabs on top of everything else. Not just the flowers. I need some insects, some other things, and it's a whole thing. Alright, Brandy. Thank you for dropping by, and have a good rest, okay? And it's morning for me, dear. It's like almost 11 now. You go get rest. Showered with kisses. Well, this is gonna take a while. It's almost 4 a.m. here. At 9:30 last night, the neighbor decided to start blaring music, and I have trouble falling back to sleep. Oh, I'm sorry, sweetie. Some people just don't know when to be courteous, huh? I'm just gonna take some goddamn time in it. Just my luck, there had to be an update on the bloody thing. Usually it doesn't bother me because I'm always awake, but I was sound asleep. It woke me up, so if you're on later today, we could probably hang out some. Have a great day, game. Get the new. Thanks, Randy. Oh, go get rest. Go sleep, please. Need it. All right. So we're just waiting on this little thing here. So in the meantime, I think I'm just gonna put on some stuff here. Wait, what? Huh. Interesting.
Aether is likely referencing. It's said that King Paimon possessed knowledge of the world and its affairs, as well as but despite her
Okay.
Paimon is the most mysterious character in Genshin Impact. Despite her knowledge of the world, nobody knows who or what she is, including the Abyss sibling. But despite her obscurity, Paimon's true identity may have been revealed a long time ago. In this video, I'll analyze all the little tidbits we know about our floating fairy and speculate on her true identity. For simplicity's sake, I'll also refer to Aether as the Traveler and Lu Min as the Abyss sibling. Without further ado, who or what is Paimon? Aether fished Paimon up 2 months before the game started. According to Paimon, she was traveling while tired and got caught in a strange whirlpool that sucked her out to sea. Paimon has knowledge of the nations and nature of Teyvat, and uses it to guide Aether to each region and give a rundown of each Archon. But despite her seemingly normal backstory, Paimon has many oddities. In addition to being able to fly, Paimon can appear and disappear at will. She is immune to the Abyss. Her outfit has celestial design elements. She wears a crown, her outfit has an upside-down triquetra, and she shoots out constellations wherever she goes. Paimon's name also belongs to that of a demon king from the Lesser Key of Solomon, which is where Hoyoverse gets the names for their gods. King Paimon is a demon most obedient to Lucifer, the morning star, whom Aether is likely referencing. It's said that King Paimon possessed knowledge of the world and its affairs, as well as water and wind. He could also remain underwater indefinitely, and make things appear and disappear at a whim. Keep this in mind because it will become more relevant later. But what I really want to focus on is her cape. A cape that depicts 3 moons with stars orbiting them, a detail that grows more significant when we look back at Teyvat's ancient history. Legend has it that in ancient times, the moon in the sky was different. In fact, It wasn't one moon, but 3 moon sisters, Arya, Sonnet, and Canon. The 3 moon sisters, sovereigns of the night sky, were some of the oldest entities in Teyvat, alongside the first Seelie. The sisters would patrol the heavens in their silver carriage, while admiring the morning stars, and shared sovereignty by switching positions once every 30 days. It was fated that if the sisters did not switch positions when it was time, a disaster would occur, which may be what caused their demise. One day, the second who came descended, bringing with them destruction, overturning rivers, and spreading plagues. During the war, the Moon Sisters' palace was hit, and they turned on each other, eventually leading to their deaths. The moon we see in the sky now is a mere corpse of one of the sisters, shedding its pale, ethereal light. But that's not entirely true. Although there's only one visible moon in Teyvat's sky, 2 other moons differentiate from it. One is in the loading screen, and one is in the spiral abyss. This shows that, although the 3 moons are no longer in Teyvat's sky, 3 still exist. My point is that Paimon's cape depicts the 3 original moons in the same sky. The triquetra scene on Paimon's chest is also used to represent a trinity like the Moon Sisters. This suggests that Paimon is related to the moons, or that she's been around since before the sky was changed. Either way, it's highly suspicious. And remember what I said about Paimon having a name from the Lesser Key of Solomon, something exclusive to gods? Paimon goes as far as to call herself the god of protection when Aether questions her knowledge.
Maybe that god has been crying all this time because they were bullied.
Crying? I don't think gods can cry. I mean, I've never seen Venti or Zhongli cry before.
There are exceptions. If you pinch Paimon, you'll be able to see a crying god.
Are you a god?
Paimon sure is. As your bodyguard, Paimon is the god of protection.
Protection is an interesting trait when you remember that the Moon Sisters patrolled the night sky. Not only has Paimon been likened to the moon many times, but she also has pale white skin and light hair, like that of another celestial god, the sustainer of heavenly principles. To be clear, I'm not suggesting that Paimon is the sustainer, but they do have visual similarities I'd like to point out. Both Paimon and the sustainer have capes with multiple colors at the end. The sustainer even has a triquetra on her cape, similar to the triquetra seen on Paimon's chest, except hers is not flipped. They also both have moon-pale skin and white hair, with multiple connections to stars, just like the Moon Sisters. And if we analyze the Sustainer's appearance, in the opening cutscene, we can notice something very interesting about her portals. When the Sustainer arrives, she makes not 1, not 2, but 3 portals for entry. One leading portal with 2 lesser portals beside it, almost as if it were for 2 lesser powers that should be with her. 2 lesser powers, like 2 Moon Sisters who aren't in the position of sovereignty right now, because they have yet to change. 3 moons encased by a star. But notice that the Sustainer's portal is the only one, not tainted with red. Almost as if she's the only Moon Sister that was not corrupted during the calamity that is said to have killed them all. If you haven't caught on, I am indeed suggesting that the Sustainer is one of the Moon Sisters. After the calamity, she was the only sister remaining, tasked with patrolling the sky and protecting Teyvat from foreign powers. Well, she would be if it weren't for Paimon. In addition to the information I've already shared, the 3 Moon Sisters, Arya, Sonnet, and Canon are heavily related to music and poetry. An aria is a lyrical tune that can be hummed by a solo voice. A sonnet is a poem composed of 14 lines, and a canon is the leader of a song that the following melodies attempt to imitate. And the melody hummed by a female voice in the loading screen is literally titled Dream Aria. Taking a step back, let's revisit Paimon's demon inspiration, King Paimon. In some sources, it's believed that before King Paimon was booted out of heaven, he was an angel from a choir of the dominions who were angels that regulated the duties of other angels. In the description of King Paimon from the Pseudemonarchia Daemonum, it said he was among the angels fascinated by Lucifer's music and tried to match the notes of the morning star. After being kicked out of heaven, King Paimon was placed in the musical choir of hell that sings praises to Lucifer. This is relevant to Genshin's Paimon because of just how many times she's been used for music covers. In 4.4, We even received a name card for the Stellar Moments album depicting Paimon surrounded by musical notes. In other words, both Paimon and the Moon Sisters are constantly related to music. Taking this into consideration, paired with the odd similarities between Paimon and the Moon Sisters, you can probably come to a fair conclusion. Paimon is also one of the Moon Sisters, one who is thought to have been lost during the war. But the Moon Sisters aren't just moons, and Paimon plays a much bigger role in fate than most people realize. Please direct your attention to Paimon's bargain shop. There, you can buy materials, including ley line branches, and exchange star glitter, stardust, and primogems to get wishes. All thanks to our trusty traveling companion, Paimon. So why in Teyvat does Paimon have the ability to grant wishes? And why is she collecting primogems and stardust, materials used for creating new destinies when in large enough quantities? And remember how you can buy wishes from Paimon. Well, the fates that she gives you are used for intertwining destinies and connecting dreams. Before you come at me, I know gameplay isn't always a direct translation of lore. That being said, I firmly believe that gameplay features are always hinting at or are related to lore, even if there are subtle differences. So, I strongly doubt that fates only being sold at Paimon's shop was unintentional. Not
Okay, he makes some very good points. God damn it, it's still going. Oh, that was an interesting bit of information. While this is going, I am just gonna go ahead and be right back because I really need to use the bathroom. Alright, we're back. And we're still waiting. Darn it. %, maybe it'll go a little bit faster. Hmm. Okay, 99. Getting there. So we're just chatting in the meantime. Apparently Paimon is one of the Moon Sisters. So that is actually pretty cool. We heard that earlier. I always wondered why Paimon was a certain way. But the person who made the video actually had very good points. Like, very good points. As to why Paimon would be one of the Moon Sisters. You know, at least a fraction of her former self. Which actually makes a lot of sense with why we have the shop, Paimon's Bargains and everything like that. Okay, verifying resources. Alright, let's see if this gets us somewhere. And we're back at the percentage. Okay. So while this is updating, guys, I think we're just gonna go ahead and do Diablo 4 a little bit because I don't want to wait around too long. Although I'm going to be changing the time that we have, so we're gonna go to the universal time. It is not that time for me. It's literally 2 hours ahead. It's like 11:04 for me. Not 9:04. Alright. So we're gonna go here and we're gonna play Diablo 4. So we have a pet that we got for free. Literally for free. So if you own Diablo 4, you get a pet for free. If you pre-purchase, you get different pets instantly with the new expansion and all that stuff. But as of right now, what I want to show you is that we get a free pet. So I already picked up the pet yesterday or last night, and I have it on. So I actually leveled a barbarian. We're still trying to figure that one out a little bit, but for the moment I kind of want to turn to my necromancer and try and get a little bit further ahead in that, since I want to make sure that I actually have the right gear and all that stuff with the right stats and all that. Little tedious tidbit. Oof. He's one. So currently you can't really see the pet right now, but it's there. So if you want to have a closer look, hang on. I actually need to go through these. Eesh. Okay, hang on. Give me a second here. Alright, so I'm actually gonna have to look at the thing here. But this. Go down. Gloves. Okay, critical strike, attack speed, and skeletal mage mastery. So this one has only critical strike and then bone spear. So this one can be upgraded into an aspect. Okay. Test. Intelligence, essence per second, and ranks to go on mastery. Intelligence, maximum life, nope. Leaving. Alright, this one. Nope. Hey, ring. Has intelligence, but that was about it. Alright. So we're looking for like 925 pieces, not anything else. Anything under 925 is leaving. So I'm gonna do this. Oh, here's one. Oh, that can actually be... We want to upgrade aspects. Absolutely. There. Okay. So here I have some 925 pieces. But I definitely need to take away certain things. So if I need a better neck, obviously. I need the 925. Okay, movement speed ranks to help and commander and critical. So there's a lot to think about, actually. Comes down to it. Attack speed, critical strike chance. Okay, this one is not good. Okay, nope. Not that one either. Oh, this is definitely going away. Intelligence, nope. So. Well, it has movement speed, but yeah, that's leaving. Okay, this one, critical strike chance. Nope. We're gonna have to get a new neck. We're gonna have to try and get a new neck. This one is definitely getting sold. This one. This one. This. Alright. Let's see. Okay, boots. If it doesn't have +3 in evade, it's leaving. Yep, these are leaving. Okay. Pants, rank to golem mastery, intelligence. This only has intelligence, so it's leaving. This one has none of those. Oof. Just going over the tedious bit of this. Oh, nope, and no. Okay, these are leaving. This one. Maximum evade. Nope, essence per second. Nope. Alright, this one can actually leave as well. This one here. Leaving. It doesn't have +3 maximum evade charge. This one, so this one's leaving. Intelligence. And leaving. Alright, what about weapons? Okay, let's see. So what we need is attack speed, intelligence, and critical strike damage. It only has intelligence, and that's about it. But it does upgrade a Codex of Power, so we're gonna take that. Intelligence, damage, and damage over time. Not really. Did enough. Golem Mastery is there, so it's +2. So it's actually not like okay. Although I'm wondering if we should try and get essence per second, but then I need to get more gold. So that's why we're kind of like saving these for the moment, because these have really good stats. So we're taking that one, upgrade an aspect, then we're selling the rest.
Always smart to buy surprise inventory.
Alright, let's see. How far is this? Still downloading. God damn it. Well, in any given case, we can always go ahead and do a certain amount of things. So what I'm actually trying to do as well is get all the reputation stuff. Let's see. So I haven't gotten this one yet, but I would like to. It's just getting the areas discovered, getting the stronghold, and then the side dungeons. Also, we're trying to get all the Arches of Lilith as well. And, you know, just getting the max cap here. I'm definitely wanting to do the dungeons and all that stuff, but I am going to have to go to Slushkin, and we're going to have to go over there. But apparently we have something over here, so we're going to go there and see what she has for us. I was going to start with Genshin, but apparently the download is taking forever. So we're stuck doing this instead. Alright, we got to level... Ooh. What was this? 18. Nice. No, 17. This is 17. Here, we need to get to 18 to get the banner thing. Alright. Let's see. What do we get? Allah! That was a lot of stuff. Look at that. Look at all this summoning materials. Sheesh.
My bags are full.
Oh, they're full? Damn. Alright, let's see. Let me steal. We can't carry anymore? Damn. What is this? Okay. We're gonna have to put some stuff away in the chest because we can't have everything on us. Like, for summoning things. So, I have a summoning thing here. This. I don't know. What? We're just gonna put all these summoning things in here. Summoning. The Nightmare Dungeon thing. This is summoning. And summon. And this is an Ancestral Nightmare Dungeon. I'm putting this one here as well because I don't want to, like, have it on me at least. Okay, so we're gonna pick up the rest of this stuff that dropped. We're not leaving it. It's like, this doesn't grow on trees. This is, like, something you want to have with you. Hello, Scorpion. How you doing? We're doing Diablo currently because we have literally nothing else. Wait, is this... This is for summoning a... This is summoning ritual. So we were doing... We're gonna go to Skushglen because I want to go ahead and get the rest of this. So I want to go here to that area and get that one done. Am I getting bonked? Apparently Genshin is updating, as you can see. So we're doing some Diablo 4 in the meantime, just to kill time and do stuff. So we do have a pet that picks up stuff for us. It's kind of hard to see him with all the minions that I have. But he is there. So just as an example, it will pick up the gold for me. The pet will pick up the gold for me. I won't have to do any of that. There he is, right there. I'll go. Goblin! Aw, get away. What if I do? My minions just kill stuff for me. And Doggo picks up the picks up stuff. Whee! We're just harvesting strands so we can get some stuff from the tree later. Because why not? I think it's just one favor, but, you know, every little bit adds up to one big thing. Whee! There. So now we get one grim favor. I hope so. Okay. Oh, whatever. I don't really care for the moment. Wait, I'm missing a skeleton? Hang on a minute. Find a corpse. There we go. I'm supposed to have 6 and 5, not 5 and 5.
Signs of a bloody struggle. What happened here?
Let's check it out.
Here's the hunting lodge. But where are the hunters?
As you can see, I'm not picking up the gold. There's, my pet is now picking up the gold. I'm really happy that we finally got a pet instead of having to pick up the gold ourselves, which makes our life a lot easier, by the way. And I mean a lot easier. I need to find the launch hunters, apparently. Pursue the beast, huh? Okay. Where are you? Where art thou hiding? For the beast slayer. Here. Huh. Okay. You're not lasting long.
The wilds cannot be tamed.
And not last very long. Easy. Alright. But okay, now we got that one. Now we can claim this, and now we need this one. So we're gonna have to do at least area discovered, and maybe some side quests and side dungeons. We have gotten all the altars, but I'm definitely wanting to do some dungeons. You know what? Fine, let's do for the rogue, because I want to level a rogue at some point. So why not do the dungeon that has the rogue aspect? Just to have the option of it. I mean, can't hurt, right? Excuse me a moment. I see. Alright, I'll be selling this one. That, this, and I'm gonna put on a, like, elixir, just to get some extra XP, if nothing else.
We got separated. My friends were cut down.
we definitely got the mastery. Nothing else.
Thank you, Wanderer. Without you, I'd be dead. Think I can manage from here? Please.
Okay, let's see. The pet is literally going collecting all the materials that I said earlier. We're gonna get rid of those. Ow. There, see? That is collecting everything that is a resource material. Except for the summoning, the elixirs, and the, what was it, the gear. Of course, he has to be at a certain distance away from it to pick it up. Which is not surprising. Line of sight and everything. Oh, we went the long way around. Alright, let's see what he has to offer, shall we? not very much. He's very, very dead. Okay, we're in Surgar. Nope. Alright, let's see.
I'll take it off your hands. Stay
Go.
sharp, my friend.
Okay, so how much do we need? We need quite a bit. Yeah, this is gonna be a doozy. So, we're gonna have to do some side quests. Why am I doing this? Because I would like the 4 Paragon points that is with completing this. Or have we already gotten that? Nope, we have not. Ergo, I want that. So, where are we on the skill tree? 1, 2, 3. 1, 3, 5 here. Here. So I'm gonna do myself a favor and I'm gonna get all of these little side quests here.
The dent is my home.
They give 30 each, so just grabbing all of them is not exactly difficult.
No, I'm not.
Just a matter of doing them at this point. Okay, now we just gotta find some trouble. Which shouldn't be too difficult. Okay, we're gonna watch out for goblins. There's one. That is a lot of stuff. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's see. We'll go over that later. So there are other quests like up here, which I am definitely going to be doing. I'm not just going to go do one quest, hand it in, and then go back and forth a lot. No, no. We're going to try and do all of the quests that we just picked up, and then we're going to handle them. Otherwise, this will be a waste of time. Okay, that's 50. Alright, then we have that one over there. We got this one. I see a goblin and I want it. If I see a goblin, I am going for it. I'm just gonna get off the yellows. Oh, okay. Transmog. Keeping that.
Your thrice damned wardstones did. Ah, you spoke to damn bloody.
Okay. Transmog. Okay, let's see. Da- da- Simple enough. Oy, okay. Oh, simple enough to get just absolutely Nope. Nope. Alright. There it is. There we go. And you go back there.
We'll see how well Artair's magic works. Me, I prefer a more direct deterrent even goatmen can understand. The damned beasts have moved into the pits at the south end of the Downs. They're led by some big, ugly brute of a thing named Blackhorn. Mounting that bastard's head on a pole would teach them what happens to those that attack the Downs.
Okay. I guess. That's all the way over there. This one's over here. Well, we have two things to actually hand in, so I'm gonna do that. Get 60 rep. Well, Genshin is done, but I'm kind of invested now in Diablo, currently.
Oh, wow.
There we go. That one is done. So now we're there. 135. Let's see. This one. In. Go.
My thanks, Wanderer.
One's done. Let's see. Get for our troubles. Gonna sell those, but we're gonna go to the blacksmith and get ourselves one smug. I'll sell for it. Let's see.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
I'll take it off your hands.
I have to go on this again. Leading, go away. It's trade, intelligence, and nothing else, so
Well
goodbye.
struck.
Nope.
Keep them sharp, keep them ready.
$165. Fields of ruin. Under rot. I travel quite fast on foot. But I'm guessing the portal that we just came from might be somewhat closer by to where we're going currently that I marked on the map. So with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and get there. Hmm. Okay, so that would be the abandoned smuggler's den. We could do that one first.
Ma, feeling has been cursed.
All right. Goblin. Let's see. Nope. There.
It is done.
Okay, that one's done. See. That way. The dog is working overtime. There we go. The next one is all the way up there. So this one is in this dungeon, the Underrot.
This must be it.
I'm gonna finish the dungeon though. Just to get to birds with one stone.
They did not believe me.
He did not last long. Nothing of value.
I'm not ready.
Let's see. I want to actually clear everything. There. Just to get the most out of it, so to speak. There.
I'm out of essence.
Alright, that was it for that dungeon. Mm-hmm. 265 now. Let's see.
Why the great oak?
Alright, let's see. Nothing of worth, really.
Well struck.
There. Let's see. $195. I'm gonna get the gold and the bonus XP. It's gonna take a long while.
Greetings, traveler. Behold the marvelous tales I have to offer.
I already got the anniversary gift, but these are pretty cool. Ooh. It is actually
Powerful calling.
oh, nice. That is beautiful. Interesting. Varian. Oh.
A powerful calling.
Oh my god. Beautiful. Sorcerer, huh? Add-ons.
Sound selection.
Necromancer, huh? Ooh. There's the new ones. Here are some portals. Some necromancer sets and other. It is pretty nice. But I think we're gonna go ahead and change from Diablo to some Genshin since we are in Meownday and I usually on Mondays. Okay, it's running. Alright, here we go. Verifying file integrity. Great. Oh, this is gonna be an absolute. Since this is gonna take forever. Alright. we're just gonna go ahead and dive into some Mr. Ballin. In the meantime, to distract ourselves from this thing, because this, yeah. Oh, okay. This is new. Mature audiences only. You've been warned.
Sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. And today I'm going to share 3 stories that demonstrate that, and I'm going to tell them in reverse order. So it'll go 3, 2, 1, getting weirder and more bizarre as we go along. And also, these stories are of the more spooky variety too. So stranger than fiction and kind of spooky. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, the next time the like button is counting something really important and they're taking their time counting through it, wait till they get close to the end and then begin wildly shouting out random numbers just to screw them up. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. At around 5 p.m. on August 29th, 1954, a 53-year-old woman named Juliet Exline had just sat down on her couch with a book inside of her home in Los Angeles when she got this weird wave of anxiety that kind of rushed over her. Now, there was nothing she could think of that would cause her to feel this way, and she even looked around her house thinking, maybe there was something weird going on, but there was nothing. And so finally, Juliet, she put her book down and just took a few calming breaths to kind of go back to normal. Like, she didn't know what was going on, but she could tell she was super anxious. Now, generally speaking, Juliet was a very mellow person. She was not prone to anxiety attacks like this, and so that kind of caught her off guard. And the only thing she could think of that was different than normal was her husband, Larry, was on a much needed vacation, and so the last couple of days while he'd been gone had been maybe more lonely in the house, and so maybe that was causing her to feel this weird stress. She didn't know, but she told herself, Larry's vacation was definitely a good thing. Larry was an exterminator, and over the past 2 years, he had not taken a single day off. He was a total workaholic, and so when Larry began to talk about wanting to take a break, Juliet had encouraged him to put in time for some vacation time, put in a request. And Frank had actually done that, and as soon as his boss had approved a 2-week-long vacation, Larry had been so pumped he had called his friend, and they had immediately scheduled a fishing trip, and 4 days before, Frank and his friend had driven off to enjoy his time off. And so as Juliet thought about that, she told herself that, even if she was feeling a little bit anxious about Larry being gone, it really was a good thing for Larry, and it would improve not only his life, but her life as well. This was overall a good thing, and so she just needed to kind of deal with this anxiety that maybe or maybe not was connected to Larry. She didn't know. But for the rest of that evening, Juliet just could not get rid of this kind of baseline low-level nervousness she was feeling. And so at some point, she began getting up and walking around her house and confirming all the windows were shut and locked and the doors were locked. She was drawing curtains, checking in closets, making sure everything was totally safe. And then by 8 p.m., when she still just could not shake this anxiety, she decided she just needed to go to bed and kind of sleep this off. But after falling asleep, Juliet suddenly woke up at 10:15 p.m., drenched in sweat, with the most intense anxiety she had ever felt in her life. And she was totally disoriented. She's looking around her room like, what's going on here? And then she heard a voice. It was Larry's voice, except he sounded funny. He sounded like quiet, as if maybe he was outside the house trying to come in and he was calling to her. And so kind of in a panic, she jumped out of bed, ran into the hallway, and right in the hallway was Larry. He wasn't outside. He was right there. Except something was wrong with Larry. He was kind of hunched over and grabbing his stomach, and he had his hand on the wall, and he also appeared to be soaking wet. And so Juliet had no idea what was going on, but between all that anxiety and now seeing Larry here in this weird state, she couldn't help herself. She just ran towards him to just make sure he was okay. But as soon as she got about a foot away from him, he held out his hand and said, "No, don't touch me. I have to go back." And what he said was so disorienting that Juliet just stopped and stared at her husband like, what is this? And that's when she made the startling realization that Larry was not soaking wet with water. He was soaking wet with blood, and he was clutching his stomach like something was bleeding in his midsection. And the reason he had sounded so quiet when he had called out to her and woken her up was because he was clearly hurt. And so Juliet has no clue what's going on. Like, her husband was supposed to be 7 hours away on this fishing trip, and so how is he here? It didn't make any sense. And so really not knowing what else to do, Juliet just said, I'm gonna call the doctor. And so she ran past Larry, headed to the kitchen, and she was about to grab the phone on the wall, but before she could grab it, the phone began to ring. And so Juliet just answered it and said, hello, hello? And what she heard was the sound of a sheriff in Ely, Nevada. And he said, excuse me, is this Mrs. Exline, Juliet Exline? And she said, yes, what's going on? What's happened? And the sheriff said, ma'am, I'm sorry to tell you this, but I have some terrible news. Your husband got into a car accident, and unfortunately, he has passed away. And now the second the sheriff said this to Juliet, she just froze and goes, no, that's not possible. He's here with me right now. And Juliet turned around and looked into the hallway where Larry had been standing, and now Larry was gone. Larry really had died in that car accident because Juliet would bury her husband that week. But Juliet maintained that clearly after her husband had died, his spirit had somehow survived the accident, because when she saw her husband standing in the hallway, hunched over and covered in blood, it was at 10:15 p.m. She remembers because when she woke up, she saw the time. It was 10:15. And her husband had died at exactly 10:15 p.m., the exact moment she saw him in the hallway. Juliet would ultimately write an account of what she experienced with her husband. However, from that day forward, she never once saw her husband again. That was the only time. At 12:30 p.m. on March 7th, 2015, a police officer named Tyler Beddoes, along with his partner, were driving in his police cruiser near the Spanish Fork River in Utah when suddenly a police dispatcher came on over the radio. And this dispatcher was speaking very urgently and said, hey, a fisherman has just called in to say that he spotted what looks like an upturned SUV partially submerged in the Spanish Fork River right underneath the bridge. And whoever is closest to this bridge, get over there and see if there's anybody inside the vehicle that can be saved. And so Officer Beddoes and his partner, they knew they were very near this bridge. And so immediately they banged a U-turn, they drove to the bridge, but from the road they looked down and couldn't see any SUV. But they saw there were some firefighters and paramedics that were also converging at the spot on the road, and everybody's getting out and running down to the riverbank. And so Beddoes and his partner did the same thing. They got out and they ran down, and then finally when they got to the riverbank and they saw underneath this bridge, sure enough, there was this red SUV upturned, partially submerged, and he noticed right away that none of the doors had been opened in this SUV, and so it meant whoever was driving this vehicle when it flipped over very likely was still inside. And so Officer Beddoes and his partner and the other first responders just jumped into this icy cold river and began making their way closer and closer to this upturned SUV, which again, it's not fully submerged. It's like a third of the way underwater. So if you were sitting in the seat inside of this vehicle and you were an adult, your head would basically be in the water if you were still strapped into the seat. And as they're making their way towards this SUV, when they got close enough, they began hearing a woman inside of the vehicle screaming, hey, we're in here, come over here, help! But when Officer Beddoes and the rest of the first responders actually reached the SUV, the water was so murky and it basically completely covered up the windows that they weren't really able to look into the vehicle. They could just hear this woman yelling, but that was it. And then when they tried to open up the doors, they couldn't do it because the roof had begun to cave in, and so the actual framing of the door wouldn't open. And so all these first responders, it's like their adrenaline's pumping and they're like, come on, we gotta push this thing up onto its side so we can get in. And so all these first responders are pushing, and slowly but surely they began to raise the side of this vehicle up until the windows suddenly were clear, and Officer Beddoes and the others were able to look into the car, and they saw there was a woman in the driver's seat and there was a baby in a car seat dangling upside down in the back seat, still strapped in. And so Beddoes began screaming, there's a baby in here, there's a baby in here. And suddenly it was like everybody got extra strength and they pushed this vehicle all the way up onto its side. And then one of the firefighters climbed up onto the side of the car, which now was the highest point of the car. And he reached in and he clipped these straps holding the baby who had been upside down, dangling there, cut the straps and pulled the baby out and handed the baby over to Officer Beddoes. And then the firefighter began doing the same thing to get the woman out. But Officer Beddoes at this point, he just took this baby, he turned away, he figured the first responders will handle this woman and he's gonna take this baby to safety because he couldn't even tell if the baby was alive or not. And so he's cradling this baby, he's rushing back through the water, back to the riverbank, And then he hands the baby over to the paramedics, and right as he does, he sees this little baby begins to move its arms and flicker its eyes, and he wanted to weep out of relief that this child was okay. They put the baby onto a stretcher, they put the baby in the ambulance, and they whisked the baby away to the hospital where this baby would survive. But after the baby had been taken away, Officer Beddoes turned his attention back to the SUV and back to the woman to see how she was doing. But he could tell right away from the way people were acting, all the other first responders that were still dealing with the crisis in the water, the way they were acting indicated that something is off here. Well, it would turn out 14 hours earlier, so at around 10 p.m. the previous night, a 25-year-old woman named Jennifer Grossbeck had just left her father's house in Salem, Utah, and in her car was her little 18-month-old baby, Lily, who was in the back seat. And after Jennifer pulled away from her father's house and her father's on the porch waving to her, she began driving towards her home. But something happened around 10:30 p.m. that night. We don't know what, but something caused Jennifer to careen off the road on that bridge and flip over and land in the water. Maybe she fell asleep at the wheel or an animal jumped out, we don't know. But we know at 10:30, she careens off the bridge and she lands in that river. And then for 14 hours, she and her baby remained upside down in that river. Until finally, Officer Beddoes and the other first responders came rushing over to open it up and get them out of there. And if you recall, all the first responders, Officer Beddoes included, heard Jennifer screaming that they were in the car, "Come save us, please." But what they would find out is that could not have been Jennifer, because Jennifer was killed on impact when the car fell into the water. Only Lily survived the crash, and then Lily, who's nearly hypothermic and she's upside down with water like 2 inches away from her head, for 14 hours she dangled there, and when she was pulled out, according to doctors, was like a couple of minutes before she would have died from hypothermia. And so without that voice, Lily almost certainly would have died, because it was the sound of that voice that really encouraged all these first responders to find the strength and get that car up on its side and then get the baby out of there. We don't know whose voice that belonged to, but for sure, it saved Lily's life. And again, baby Lily would make a full recovery, and to this day, Officer Beddoes and the other first responders, they know what they heard, and they do not have an explanation for it. Do you like scary stories about cryptids, the paranormal, the supernatural, bizarre true crime? Of course you do. Well, I have a podcast for you to check out. It's called Bedtime Stories, and it's a weekly podcast from our studio, Ballin Studios, that I know you will love if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious. With every episode of Bedtime Stories, I feel totally creeped out by the end. They're just so good at building the suspense and just making it feel really unsettling. You may have heard of Bedtime Stories because they actually have an amazing YouTube channel that I've been a subscriber to for years. They're literally my favorite YouTube channel, not a lie. That's the one I go to, that's my favorite channel. But now they're available in podcast form as well. And if you stick around till the end of this YouTube video, I will play you a clip from one of their newest podcast episodes so you can get a feel for what it's going to be like. And when you're done listening to that clip, if you liked it, please go and follow and binge Bedtime Stories on whichever podcast platform you listen on. Okay, back to the stories. At around 9 p.m. on October 26, 2009, a 19-year-old college student named Miyako Hiroka bagged up the last bit of trash inside of the ice cream parlor where she worked, and she dumped it into a bag and she tied that bag up. It was closing time, and so Miyako looked around the inside of the parlor, made sure everything was where it was supposed to be, and then she flipped off the lights, threw her purse over her shoulder, she grabbed that bag of trash, she headed outside the parlor, she shut and locked the door, she dumped the trash in a nearby bin, and then began walking towards the exit of the mall, which is where this parlor was located. It was inside of this big mall. Miyako went to school in a city called Hamada City, which is located on the coast of Japan in an area called the Shimane Prefecture. And Hamada City was a totally beautiful and very remote location with these amazing beaches and unbelievable mountains with all these ski resorts on it. I mean, this was an incredible place to live. But as much as Miyako did love living there, she was actually far more excited about where she'd be living the next year because she was doing an exchange program. She'd be studying in Russia, and that was so exciting for her. And in fact, this exchange program was the reason why Miyako had picked up this job at this ice cream parlor, because she came from a family that was not poor by any means, but they didn't have a lot of extra income, and Miyako felt strongly that she really wanted to pay her way to go do this big Russian exchange program because it wasn't cheap, and so she was picking up as many shifts as she could to save up money to pay her way. And so Miyako eventually reached the exit of this mall, and she stepped outside into the night, and then she had a decision she needed to make, and she needed to make this decision every night after work. There were two ways that she could get back to her dorm, which was located about a mile away. The quick way would be to just hop on a bus and have the bus take her to her dorm, but that cost money, and remember, Miyako is trying to save up as much money as she can to pay for Russia next year, and so taking the bus just felt like, not really worth it. And the other option, which was free, was much longer and frankly just plain spooky, and Miyako hated it. What it entailed was basically just walking to her dorm, but it would mean walking for about a third of a mile through this really spooky forest that looked like it was straight out of a horror movie. Now, up until recently, Miyako's co-worker had always left with her at the same time, and they lived roughly in the same area, and so they would walk together through that forest, saving money, and also, providing each other security as they went through the spooky area. But recently, the co-worker had quit, and so now Miyako was all alone. And so as Miyako stood there wondering what she should do, take the bus route or take the forest route, she just thought about, next year, it's all going to be worth it. I'm going to go to Russia. I'm going to pay my way. It's going to be awesome. And after all, what's the worst that can happen? It's just a few minutes walking through a forest I've done dozens of times. Before long, I'll be in my brightly lit, safe dorm room, studying away, and everything will be fine. And so Miyako turned and began walking towards the forest. The following day, a little past 4 p.m., the owner of the ice cream shop where Miyako worked was standing inside the parlor feeling really annoyed, because Miyako had not shown up for her shift, and now the owner, who normally did a lot of administrative and managerial things, was stuck at the counter serving all the customers, basically doing Miyako's job. But when 5 p.m. came and still Miyako had not shown up, and the owner had tried calling her and she didn't pick up, and there was just no sign of her, the owner went from being annoyed to being somewhat worried. And so after again not being able to call Miyako to figure out what was going on, he wound up going through her file and finding her mother's phone number, and he called her. And when he spoke to Miyako's mother, he knew right away there was something wrong, because Miyako's mother actually was pretty panicked, and she said, you know what? Last night when Miyako was coming home from work, she told me she would call me when she got to her dorm, but I never heard from her, and I haven't been able to get in touch with her since. And so after this conversation ended, Miyako's mother would call the police and report her daughter missing. And pretty much instantly, the police in Hamada City responded in force. I mean, they launched a huge investigation to go figure out what happened to Miyako. And really the reason behind that is because Hamada City is this unbelievable place, this secluded, safe place where things like this did not happen. And frankly, it scared everybody, and they wanted to deal with it as quickly as possible. And so what police did at first is they went and looked at security footage from the ice cream parlor where they knew she had been working on the night she went missing. And sure enough, at about 9:16 p.m., there's footage of her walking out of the ice cream parlor in the mall. She's got a purse over her shoulder, and she shuts and locks the door, she throws the trash away, and then she heads towards the exit. But after that, nobody saw her. There was no more footage, there was no more tips or anything. She just vanished once she left the mall. And so very quickly, this story gained lots of attention because, again, Hamada City is like this quintessential vacation spot. It's so perfect, it's so safe. And to have this girl just go missing, it was scandalous. And so it made the news all over Hamada City, and also people who lived in Hamada City were suddenly on edge at night. What's out there snatching people up? In fact, Miyako's college, during the few days following her disappearance, they set a curfew for all their students. Like, all their students had to be back in their dorms at a certain time to keep them safe. But again, despite the police really leaning into this case from the jump and putting all their manpower and all their resources into this, they really had no idea what happened to Miyako. Then, on November 6th, 2009, so 11 days after Miyako went missing, a man who was hunting for mushrooms up on this mountainside about 15 miles away from the ice cream parlor believed he spotted this beautiful mushroom sitting underneath a few fallen leaves. And so excited, the guy runs over and he begins moving away the leaves to grab this big meaty mushroom, but as soon as he grabbed the skin of this mushroom and began to pull, he stopped. And then he quickly turned and began sprinting back down the path that had brought him up here. And as he was running, he pulled his phone out and he saw he had no service, and he just kept on running and holding the phone up looking for service. And then finally, when he was about halfway down the mountain, he saw he had service in his phone and he called the police. And the second the dispatcher answered, this man began screaming, "I found a human head!" When police arrived on that mountainside where this man claimed to have found a human head, Well, they confirmed he was right. They found Miyako's severed head right underneath those leaves. And the reason this guy thought her head was a mushroom, a dark-colored mushroom, because it was obvious that Miyako's face had been so badly beaten and it was all black and blue before she lost her head. And so this mushroom hunter had literally thought that was a big, big mushroom. And so at this point, the Hamada City Police shifted their area of search from around the mall and the ice cream parlor where they thought they would find Miyako to this forested mountain area where her head was found. And now, of course, it was no longer a search and rescue, it was a recovery mission. They're just looking for the rest of Miyako's body. And over the next couple of days, as police searched this forested mountainside, they would find different parts of Miyako all over the place. And then after they had found, all the pieces to Miyako, the running theory, based on what they were seeing, is that very likely she had been strangled to death, and then her body was burned, and then she was dismembered and scattered throughout this forested mountain area. But there was very little evidence about who had actually done this to Miyako. Miyako had no enemies to speak of. Everybody who spoke about Miyako said she was incredibly lovely and kind, and really there wasn't anybody in her life that would want to do her harm. And also because Miyako's body had been destroyed and left out for so long, any trace evidence left behind by her killer or killers was basically non-existent. And so the police really had no leads to speak of. They had no suspects or anything. And so they called in psychologists to try to make, a profile of who they thought might have done this. And the best theory anyone could come up with was that this had been a random crime of opportunity, that the person who killed her didn't know her, and that likely her killer was a man who was likely between the ages of 20 and 40. But even that information really didn't narrow anything down, and so quickly this case began to go cold. But as the police investigation itself began to go cold, the kind of lore around this story was only growing. I mean, this really seemed like a totally unbelievable case, considering where it happened. I mean, Hamada City is like this perfect place. How could this happen here? And so what started as being kind of a local news story, albeit a big local news story, became a major national story all over Japan. And so all these TV outlets and journalists were descending on Hamada City, and they were taking video of the ice cream parlor and of the police department and filming, Miyako's dorm and her school and her parents' house. I mean, there were people all over the place trying to get any bit of information to report on about this case. And despite there being dozens and dozens of these live reports basically every day coming out of Hamada City about this case and about Miyako, there was one particular news report that took this case from being, totally unfortunate and sad and tragic and horrible to completely unbelievable and bizarre. Shortly after Miyako's remains had basically all been found, but they were still doing some recovery operations up on that mountainside, one of these kind of random TV reporters who was in Hamada City to report on this crazy case decided to set up their TV camera so it was pointing towards the dark entrance of that spooky forest that Miyako would walk through to get back to her dorm. And so this TV news reporter's got their microphone and, they're standing with the forest entrance right behind them, and the cameraman's filming, looking towards this opening of the forest. And the actual report was pretty generic. I mean, this reporter was basically saying, well, coming at you live from Hamada City, just outside of the forest where perhaps Miyako was killed. And it was just like that. It was just kind of talking about the case, and there was nothing to it. At least not to the TV reporter and the cameraman who were on site. Because for them, the entire report was pretty routine. They did their job, they got their shot, they got their report, and then they left. But they streamed it live. So while they were doing it, all these people are tuned in, watching this news report live in front of this forest. And something really unsettling happened on this broadcast. While that news reporter was talking, another voice began to be heard by people watching this broadcast. And it was not the cameraman, and it was certainly not the TV journalist. It was a woman's voice. And there was no woman anywhere near the shot. And after the fact, the journalist and the cameraman would also attest that there was nobody around. It was just them. But this detached, very pained voice said very clearly, and all these people heard it live, "This is very painful. Why only me?"
広島県北広島町の我流山の林道の入り口です。今日の捜索は午後5時で終了し、私の後ろに張られていた規制線も現在は解かれています。
And so after this news report happened, this story, this case about Miyako, went from being just a Japanese story to being like an international sensation. because everybody believed when they saw this video that that voice that was heard was Miyako's ghost, basically talking on camera. That's why you can't see her. It's her spirit communicating with the living world. However, despite that drawing even more attention to this case, it didn't remotely help the police actually solve the case. They still had no idea who did this. And that's how this case would stay for years, just totally stalled. That is, until 7 years later, when a police officer was conducting a routine police review of old criminal case files that hadn't been solved, going through them all to see if maybe evidence had been missed, and maybe that was why the case had not been solved. And so this police officer is looking through all these case files, and when they landed on the Miyako case, they did discover a piece of evidence that had been totally overlooked. It was the file of a convicted sex offender named Yoshiharu Yano. Yoshiharu was a 33-year-old man who had served time in prison for assaults on 3 different women in Tokyo, which is 500 miles away from Yamada City, where Miyako was killed. And because of that 500-mile gap between Tokyo and Hamada City, Yoshiharu had been completely overlooked in terms of being a suspect in Miyako's murder. It just seemed like he was too far away to be involved. But the police officer who was doing that routine review, they discovered that right before Miyako was murdered, this Yoshiharu guy had been let out of prison and decided to live in Hamada City. And on the night Miyako was killed, when she decided to walk into that forest, well, they found security footage of Yoshiharu's car driving along around that forest and up near that mountain where Miyako's remains were all discovered. And so this investigator who discovered this piece of information got permission from higher-ups to search Yoshiharu's home where he was living right then. And when they searched his home, they discovered a digital camera with 40 photos on it that would explain what happened to Miyako. It was very clear Yoshiharu had murdered Miyako, because some of the pictures contain photos of Miyako and they are just horrible. But figuring out who Miyako's killer was not the end of this case. In fact, it wasn't even the most shocking part of this case. The most shocking part of this case is what happened to Miyako's killer, Yoshiharu, basically right after she was murdered, and that voice, that detached female voice, was heard on that TV news report. 7 years earlier, right around the time that Miyako's head had been found, and also after that voice had been heard on the TV newscast, some people who were driving in a car north of Hamada City began calling the police to report something very strange. They called the police and said, there is this small white Toyota Corolla car that has 2 people inside of it, and they've driven to the side of the road, and the driver is ramming over and over again against the railing. Like they're smashing into the railing, backing up, smashing over and over again, like the car is somehow in control. They don't understand how these people are not getting out of the car. Like, what are they doing? Traffic had stopped on either side. It was just totally nonsensical. And then by the time the police showed up, this car that was just repeatedly driving into the side of this guardrail, it burst into flames with the 2 people inside still clearly alive and looking terrified, and they caught on fire and died. Now, at the time, this did make the news. It looked very much like some sort of weird murder-suicide where the driver had intentionally, driven the car until it burst into flames and killed themselves and also their passenger. But it didn't really amount to more than just a really weird news story because there was no connection to the Miyako case. This is like a totally isolated thing. However, 7 years later, when that police officer discovered the link that Yoshiharu was in Hamada City, and then they figured out, yep, Yoshiharu was the killer, well, suddenly, that totally weird murder-suicide took on a whole new meaning, because the driver of that car was Yoshiharu, and the passenger was his mother. And again, from eyewitness testimony, it didn't really make sense the way this all happened. It was almost like the car was possessed or something, that, the passengers couldn't control it. Now, who knows if that's true, but when you combine it with the sound of that female voice on the TV news camera that everybody assumed was Miyako's ghost saying, "This is so painful, why only me?" suddenly those words took on a new meaning. People thought, you know what it is? Miyako's ghost must have taken control of that car and made sure not only Yoshiharu suffered and died, but his family member died as well, that she was seeking her revenge on her killer. As promised, here is a clip from the newest episode of the Bedtime Stories podcast. Enjoy.
Despite the invention of satellite communications and GPS tracking, ships and planes continue to vanish from across the globe.
Alright. That was actually insane. Also the Miyako case. Whew. Oh, I got you cherry strawberry. There you go. Okay, let's see if that's done. Yes, finally it's there you go. Oh, being stupid. Being stupid. Huh? What? Yeah, we are going to be Genshin it. There was an update. So it was being a stupido. It was being a stupido. Yes. I will be taking my mandatory food break in about 30 minutes or so. Yes, it's on a cooldown, okay? It hurts my throat. Doing meow things is actually really, really, really... Yes. No, the kissy thing is fine. It's just there's a cooldown on it, so I don't have to do it over and over and over again. There's a reason for cooldowns. We did play a little Diablo earlier. We watched some Mr. Ballin. We checked out other videos and other things. Currently, I need to get my ass back to Mondstadt. Why am I getting bonked? The murderer was Yoshiharu in the video. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Okay, let's see. Claim all. Ooh, we got a lot of perma jumps. Wonderful. He was a convicted felon. So, they didn't make the connection at the time, but hey, it is what it is. So currently, this is the event that is up, the mutual security thing. Yeah. And apparently there's some test runs, bedtime story, which is also a quest, which is the Archon quest line on top of that. And we also have Chlorind here as the hangout. So we're just gonna unlock that. Now we have Chlorind on the banner and Alhaitham. So, with that being said, I would like Alhaitham's weapon. Let's see. So we do have a few things that I would like to get. I don't have enough for getting 10 currently, but we're definitely gonna be trying for more Alhaitham because we already have him. So that's what we're gonna be doing as well. Let's see. Yes, the bedtime stories is the Archon quest, which we will be doing in a little bit.
Once
I'm skipping this. Now we do have the battle pass up currently, but as of right now, I just don't know what I want to do. If I'm being perfectly honest here. There. That's 20 items cooked. Not anything else I want in the store. We're gonna be doing a few things, of course. It's just the matter of, I would actually like to get certain things done. Let's see.
Ad Astra Abbot.
Okay, we already put them in there. Alright. Only flower that I need currently is this one. Alright. This is not optimal. Alright. 20 items are gonna get made. I'm just gonna go ahead and get to the Serna teapot straight away, just to get that over and done with. I was checking on Partner's message. He's going to be going to the doctor today. Just a checkup, don't worry. Alright, we're also going to be getting our 1,000 realm currency. We're going to get our 10 furniture done. Those different things. Okay. There. Realm Depot. Got. Ooh, we got new furnishing blueprints. Sweet. We'll get those. Alright, we're getting this one. And I'd like a few more of these. Sweet. Now let's see. I'm gonna have to get Karmafala wood. That is something that I definitely need to get. There, now we're done with the 10 furniture.
If you ever...
I'm not so sure that the forge is done, but we're just gonna go ahead and check anyway. Okay, let's see. Claim all. Okay, there's 5 more to go. That's okay. We can deal with that. Oh, I forgot to do something.
This realm...
There. This is what I forgot. There.
If you ever have...
Okay, next area is this one. Alright. Sweet. Level 1. Too bad. Got 34 days. Now, let's see. We need to go leeway. Gonna go ahead and get this one here. Okay. Here next. So we do have the event and we also have the Archon quest, which will be quite fun to do. But of course I will be taking a food break because I do need to eat and I do not tend to starve myself, so I'm gonna instead eat some good food and make sure that we actually get the sustenance that we need.
Try something new at the
So before we do anything too much in Genshin, we're just going to be doing the mandatory back and forth with some vendors, trying to get some of the stuff that I actually do need for making furniture and other things. Ascension as well. So I'll be doing all that before I go eat, and then after I'm done eating, I will be coming back into Genshin and we will do the event and all that stuff. I'm definitely gonna have to go farming again for a lot of things. I do know that I need to actually go to the Sumeru, but I don't want to do that right now. Okay, let's see what's up here. Okay, let's pick up the rest of the forge items. Or anything else. Okay, we have 3 left. Let's see. You know what, in the meantime, I think we're just gonna go ahead and get some materials. I do know we need.
Propagate.
There. Those. There are some conch shells here that we do need. We need 400 of these for Ascension with different characters. I say about 200 just to make sure that I have enough of them instead of less. So it's better that I just go ahead and actually get them. That's just to kill the time for the moment. I might have to actually start one of the one of quests, and I think we're gonna start with the event. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Freeze!
Ah, I forgot to switch
Let the
to
show begin.
Meownday. Okay.
Scatter.
I really don't like her when she teleports. There. So I only have certain characters up to 80, and that's why I don't exactly have different teams, because, well, they're not 80 and they're not exactly up to par with what I currently have of these guys.
You're toast. Let's dance. Hup, he. Hup.
I'm just getting rid of these guys because they're annoying.
Becomes the hunted.
Also because there's star conches here and there. And other materials, so. Gathering certain materials isn't hard, it's just tedious. For the most part. Currently, as it stands, I am fine with doing it. But not everybody is. So, that's why we also marked some of the vendors with getting them over time. Sure, it's gonna take longer than actually going and getting the stuff yourself, but it's not for everybody to go ahead and,
Let the show be.
you know, find it. It's not for everybody. I understand that perfectly. But for me, I am more than okay with it.
Scatter.
Getting the materials not that hard, it's just a matter of figuring out which route to get or take in this case. Not to mention all the enemies that you might be facing along the way. That's why I currently like this one. It's really easy because of all the slimes around. Not that hard. Except for these guys, which is rather quite annoying.
Germinate. Propagate.
But it's not a problem for me, it's just a nuisance. Okay, let's see. We're gonna go up here because there are some things here that I would like. The iron chunks are always something that I want.
Get them.
So how many star crunches do we got now? 271. Not bad. Although I need to actually go ahead and find a lot of other things as well. Alright, so this one is gonna get ready anytime. There. 20 items forged. Voila! Now we go to the battle pass. Claim that, and we'll get to level 2. Just like that. Easy. Simple. As for the leveling, or the using up more, have anybody level up? I really doubt that right now. I'm missing a lot of stuff.
A blade and
No luck on that. Hey, let's see about some artifacts then. Needs to be energy recharge, let's see. Well, we can at least enhance Yulans, apparently. Let's see. symbol found, huh? Right. Alright, let's see if that did it for the Mora. Yep. Sweet. That one. So, at least we did that. So what we've done currently for the battle pass is that we've done login, mining 10 items, we've done 500,000 more, cook 20 dishes, forge 20 items, getting 1,000 realm currency, and make 10 furniture. There you go. Alright, let's go to the event and let's see what that is about. Shall we? So, normally I take like a food break so I can eat some lunch. If I start early. So I'll have a late lunch myself, but at least I'll get some food. That'll be interesting. Okay, so reading dialogue thing. Alright. This ought to be interesting. Okay, let's try this. Oh no, I didn't. Darn it. Hang on. I'm just gonna go get me some more water. I'll be right back. Well, Honestly, Scorpion, I really just... I don't want to, actually, if I'm being honest.
The wrong test subject.
Let's end this now!
Sweet. Maybe. And thank you, Scorpion. Alright, let's try this one. This is going better. Sweet. Hello, Allie. Been a while. Hmm. That's fine. Worse.
Meet again.
Sweet. Hmm. Bear in mind, I'm gonna be taking my food break in not too long, so no. Alright, Vampire Gremlin, good luck. Why? What do you say that, Scorpion?
Going somewhere?
We'll meet again.
Well, that was not very smart, was it?
Going somewhere?
Sweet. Got it. That one's not yet unlocked. Still, not very smart.
Send this will meet again. The wrong test subject.
Sweet. All right. That was a lot. Commissions are done. That's good. That one. This one got to level 3. Sweet. I'll be right back, guys. I have been invaded. Or I was invaded. I'm back. No, I got a call from my friend Blueberry, and I also got my partner. He'll be going to the doctor checkup. Raven, I will not be pulling you into VC because I did not. One, I did not agree to it. Two, I am going to be taking my food break. I didn't say anything about VC whatsoever in terms of actually talking to someone in VC. Scorpion asked if he could join me in the game later, which I am perfectly fine with. But as of right now, I am going to take my mandatory food break because I am hungry and I am feeling the effects of getting angry, which I do not like. Let's see. Analysis progress. Sweet, we got a weapon, we get these, and then we get other stuff along the way. When we do more. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off the audio for this here, and we're going to be putting words on guys while I go eat food. Not hungry. Go. Find words from the mixed letters. Use chat to solve the anagrams. Find a word. Guess again when the padlock opens. Alright. Now. I shall leave you to it. Good luck and have fun. We are back! Alright. Enough of that. Now. Alright, so we have gotten new things to do in Genshin, but there are a few things that I would like done before we continue. So the event is fantastic and everything. Who am I kidding? It's wonderful, actually. So. Let's see about it.
The perfect distance. Fall before me. Feel my blade.
Let's see. Missed. Oh.
The fairy. Fall before me. Going somewhere? Fall before me.
Sweet. 3 stars. All right. That's the next one. I misclicked. Okay, let's see. Hmm. How did that miss? Sweet! 3 stars. Alright. Doing good. Now we're gonna complete the event thing that we currently have, because I want to make sure that we have like enough time to do the Archon quest when we can.
Let's end this now. We'll meet again.
Okay, let's see, center.
Let's end this now. We'll meet again.
yeah. 3 stars. Alright. I think there's only one more because this one's not unlocked until tomorrow. So let's go ahead and finish up this one and then get on with the Archon quest. Okay, so enemies coming in from center.
Let's end this now. We'll meet again. Let's end this now.
Alright, let's see. This is not gonna be easy. Oh, bollocks.
Let's end this now.
Sweet! We freaking did it! Hell yeah, let's go. Alright, claiming all of these. That was it for everything that was open for this event. Let's see about that. Damn, level 6? Sweet! I'll take that. Uh-huh. I will. Alright, let's see. It's progress. Very nice. We got all of it? Well, sweet. Alrighty. So... down. Goat's gonna make an appearance. Alrighty. So I'm just gonna claim the daily. Daily progress thing. The daily commissions. That's what it was.
Ad Astra. Thank you for completing today's commissions.
Here is your reward. Alright, there, and now we can continue on the wonderful okay. Where are we going? Goddamn. Okay, that was a long, long way. Right, we are gonna continue with the Archon questline. So let's jump right in. I'm gonna put on the buff food. Oh, actually, we have enough primogems to try once for the banner. So let's go ahead and get ourselves as many of these as we can. So we're gonna try 10 times. Let's go. Let's see if we can't get the newest character, Seto. We did not. We got Toma. Alright. We got 5 so far left. We already used our Stardust. Yeah, I've obtained the maximum of the Stella Fortuna with Barbara, so I can't really get more of her anyway. Alright, we got Toma, so we're gonna go and get the constellation for him. Alright. Let's go ahead and continue with the Archon questline.
Perfect. It's you two. I have a commission here that has your names written all over it. In fact, I'd even go so far as to say you're the only ones for the job.
The only ones for the job? Huh. If our help is really that important, it's probably some Archon class commission, right?
The Adventurers Guild doesn't employ that kind of classification system. In fact, this commission is also probably not nearly as intimidating as what you're expecting. All it asks us to do is to find a missing person.
Huh? Then why did you say we were the only ones for the job?
I came across this commission while reviewing our backlog not too long ago. It seems simple, but our records indicate that over a dozen successive efforts to complete it have all ended in failure, despite attempts by several accomplished and renowned adventurers. With the reputation of the Adventurers Guild and the performance of the Sumeru branch at stake, it's in our best interest to assign this commission to the adventurer with the highest completion rate over the past few years.
Well, that's us for sure.
All I'm asking is for you to give it your best shot. If it proves to be beyond your capabilities as well, I'll talk to the commissioner about canceling the commission.
Okay, so who are we looking for? And what is it about this commission that's made it so hard to complete?
This commission was jointly issued by the residents of Vimara Village. They say one of their own villagers has gone missing. But the problem is, they don't know the missing person's name. They can only provide information about his general appearance.
They're all from the same village, but they don't even know his name? If so many adventurers have failed to complete this commission, maybe this missing villager doesn't exist at all. Could it be some sort of a prank or something?
Unlikely. Several villagers came by to issue the commission, and judging by their appearance and tone of voice, they seemed incredibly sincere. It certainly didn't seem like a joke to them. Besides, putting up a commission requires a processing fee. There aren't many upsides to a prank that costs Mora to carry out.
That's true.
In any case, it would probably be best to go to Vimara village and ask around first. The Adventurers Guild does have some information on hand, but I would say anything you can learn directly from the villagers would be far more reliable. The best way to avoid misdirection is to go to the source.
Alright then, let's go! I'm starting to get really curious about this whole thing.
Alright. Let's see. Culture might make an appearance.
Sometimes you just need to give up and unrealistic.
We made it to Vimara village! Why don't we talk to some of the villagers to learn a little bit more about the missing guy? If this commission is really as challenging as Catherine made it out to be, we're gonna need to carry out a very detailed investigation.
Hello there. You looking to buy something? I do business in this area.
Oh, no, we're adventurers. Catherine sent us to look into a commission here in Vimara village.
Ah, so you're here about that then. Ah, you're not the first, that's for sure. We've certainly made a lot of trouble for you all. To be honest, we aren't holding out much hope. Many adventurers have made their way out here, confident they'd be able to help us, only to leave soon after with nothing to show for their efforts. We've pretty much had it up to here in questions, and the area around the village has practically been overturned in search of clues. But no one has been able to make any headway.
So, this person we're looking for, what's his name? Where did he live? Does he have any relatives?
I don't know. I really have no clue. I couldn't tell you.
Okay, guess you are really sick of answering questions.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound short with you. I was actually just giving you my answer to your questions. I know it may seem like we don't have anything to offer by way of information, but I promise you, we all have a very strong impression of him. When you live in the same village as someone, you develop a lot of memories together, you know? We just don't know the specifics. Maybe we did at one point, but that information is long gone by now. At least that's what everyone in the village seems to think. We've all exchanged what we know, and that was the only logical conclusion.
Alright, specifics aside then, what kind of person was he?
Young guy, in his early 20s probably. Incredibly kind sort of person, always willing to lend a helping hand. I'd chat with him when I didn't have any customers. I even saw him stick out his neck for others on more than one occasion. Very interesting guy, that one.
Now that you've started talking about him, you don't seem nearly as down in the dumps as you did before. Seems like he left a pretty good impression on you.
But of course, everyone in the village is pretty fond of him. We wouldn't have issued that commission otherwise. There aren't many young people like him nowadays, so genuine and pure. To think that he just up and disappeared one day. I just hope nothing bad happened.
Could he have just moved away without telling anyone?
No, he's not the type to leave without saying goodbye. And anyway, moving away without being seen by a single person in the village? There's no way he would have been able to manage that.
Huh. Alright, thanks for the information. We're gonna go ask around some more.
Interesting. I wonder if there's a setter. Which would make a lot of sense. Well, at least to me, anyway. I wonder. Did have it up. Okay. Oh, he shows it up. Hmm? Oh.
Propagate!
Get here! Here! Don't be such a brute! Hup! 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 Hup!
So it's below us, huh? Don't see any. Interesting. Ah! Oh, it drowned. Funny. There was a chest here. Interesting. Also, it wasn't very far from.
Yep.
Hi. Let's dance. Hi.
There we go.
He. Ha. Ha. He. He. Ha. Hup. Huh. He. 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 Here. No pain.
Sweet. Alright. Let's get the heck out of Dodge. That was the chest that I wanted. Wait, don't tell me. Oh no. I guess I chest hunting again in Sumeru. That one's over there, huh? Alright. I need to get the dendro sigils for the shop to get all the items from the sigil shop.
It's that guests I hear.
Hi, Grandpa Amadea. We're here to help you look for the guy that's gone missing.
Ah, so that's what brings you to these parts. Coming all this way for our sake. That's so very kind of you. With your help, I trust that young man's case is in good hands.
Could you tell us a bit about him?
Of course. I'm happy to help any way I can. With my failing eyesight, I'm afraid I can't offer much about his appearance. But I do remember hearing the sound of his voice. Not recently, of course. That loss has left me feeling quite empty. I don't think his parents are still living in the village, but somehow he never seemed lonely. In fact, he was usually the one offering companionship to others. He would often take time to visit the elderly or play with the orphans in the village. And whenever someone had something on their mind, he was there to listen with open ears. He always knew just what to say. As the village chief, I owe him many thanks. Helping villagers navigate difficult moments in their lives should have been one of my responsibilities, but he was often the one rising to the occasion.
Wow. He seems like such a nice and gentle person. No wonder his disappearance affected you all so much. But, you wouldn't happen to know any details about his name, address, or family situation, right?
I'm ashamed to admit it, but I just can't remember. No matter how you look at it, I should know those things. But for some reason, no matter how hard I try to remember, the information just doesn't come. Perhaps my age really has caught up with me this time.
It's okay. There's no need to force yourself to try and remember. We'll figure something out. Well, Traveler, what do you think? Paimon thinks so too. Like, the name thing. It's so weird that no one remembers his name. And nobody has been able to tell us anything about his family or where he lived. It's like this guy's been erased from reality or something. Wait, so you're saying it's not that he's been erased, necessarily, but more like he never existed to begin with? Okay, Paimon's gonna need some time to process that one. Someone who only exists in people's memories?
Could it be like what happened with Greater Lord Rukkhadeva? Like some sort of mass alteration of people's memories?
You two are the adventurers who just arrived, right? You're here for the Vamara Village Commission?
Yep, sure are. We were just looking into the case.
I'm so glad to hear that. Thank goodness you haven't given up. I've been so worried the Adventurers Guild might cancel our commission. My name is Atosa, by the way. I grew up here in Vamara Village. Anyway, I just wanted to say, please keep searching for a missing villager. I'm begging you. You have to find him.
Yeah, no need to worry. We'll give it our best shot. So, were you close to the missing villager? Are there any leads you can give us?
I'm not sure this counts as a lead, but follow me. There's a place I'd like to show you.
Okay. Now, this I can work with. Okay, so where is it? Up there. Okay. Oh, we ran out of buff food.
Is this the place? Under this tree?
Yep. I know it doesn't look like much, but this place is very meaningful to me. It's so full of memories. We used to always sit together under this tree and talk. Sometimes we would look up at the clouds in the sky or stop to feel the wind against our skin. We could sit there for hours at a time, never realizing how long it had been. I was actually adopted by the people of Vamara Village. The forest rangers found me in the woods as a child. I was surrounded by such good people, and growing up in the village was so lively. Still, there were times when I couldn't help but feel incredibly alone.
Alone?
How should I put it? When something's bothering you, or when you have good news to share, you always want to talk about it with somebody. But for the longest time, I didn't know who I could talk to or if I should say anything at all. Everyone has their own problems to deal with. Even if I might want to confide in others, I don't want to become a burden. Really? You know exactly how I feel? Wow, that sounds really nice. You're quite lucky. When it comes to our missing villager, well, I guess you could say that to me. He felt like both a family member I could rely on and a friend who could really understand me. No matter what came my way, I knew I could always talk to him. He was so thoughtful and pure, and patient too. Whenever I talked to him, he would always seem so interested, as if the things I was describing were just as important to him as they were to me. Ever since he disappeared, there's been so much I wanted to tell him. No, none of those things matters now. I just really want to see him again.
Wow, you two must have been really close. Did he ever tell you anything about himself?
He mostly just talked about interesting things he saw around the village. He'd share a lot of his own wild ideas as well. Oh, right! I did ask him about his parents once. But all he said was, they're not here anymore. I didn't know whether that meant they had left the village or passed away, and I didn't want to pry.
Still not much to go off of.
Look at me. Talking your ear off and still nothing to show for it. I'm sorry I wasn't more help. The last time I talked this much in one go was when we were still together. Come to think of it, every time we talked, it always seemed to be around dusk, just like right now. Time always passed by really slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours, the sun would still be at the same position in the sky.
Well, time always seems to pass slower when you're relaxed, right? What's wrong, Traveler?
Based on what we've learned, this is definitely not a regular missing persons case. What Atosa just told us about time be the key to unraveling this whole mystery. Hey, Mir.
Hey, look at those hilly trails over there. Doesn't it seem like they're acting a little strange? The Abyss Order. Could they be the ones behind all of this? Uh-oh, we've been spotted! Quick, get ready to fight!
I'll protect us.
Yep.
Surrender and
Eat this! Scatter!
let the show begin.
Thank you so much. I wasn't expecting monsters to show up. If you hadn't been here, I'm not sure what I would have done.
It was no trouble.
Now that I think about it, the hilly trolls around Vilmara village have been a lot more active lately. They seem agitated and would often attack anything in sight. Chief Amadea doesn't allow the children to play in the area around the village anymore.
Maybe the Abyss Order really is involved. Well, we should head back and check out the situation in Vilmara village just in case. If the Abyss Order is plotting something that could spell trouble for the villagers.
Thank you for the care package, Mir. I appreciate you.
Wait a second. The person... It's Dainsleif!
Ah, it's you two.
Oh, a friend of yours? Well, I'll leave you all to it then. I should head back to the village and check up on Chief Amadea and the others anyway. Well, see you later.
Yep, see you later, Atosa! Why do you always have to pop up out of nowhere like that? Is it your life's mission to jump scare us or something?
It's hardly personal, or intentional for that matter. As long as you and I are both in pursuit of the Abyss Order, we're bound to cross paths.
Ah, so you're here to investigate the Abyss Order then. That would explain the monsters you were fighting just now.
Naturally. Hold on. Are you not here for the same purpose? No matter. It may have taken you a while to catch on, but I'm sure you've also realized by now that there's something strange about this place. The Abyss Order is most certainly planning something in this area. Or worse, their plan could already be in motion.
So you think the Abyss Order is behind the hilly trail activity in the area?
As things stand, I highly doubt that is their primary motive. I would imagine the increased hilichurl activity is merely a byproduct of whatever it is they're really trying to accomplish.
Still, the hilichurl activity is causing a lot of problems for the people here. We should stick around for a while and protect the village, don't you think?
The best way to protect them is by figuring out what the Abyss Order is truly planning. That is how we prevent further tragedy. And you shall have them. I never intended to hide anything from you. Don't worry. There should be ample time to talk. Ah, so that was the commission that brought you here to Vimara Village. Someone who seems to only exist in people's memories. That is indeed quite intriguing. I would agree that it's unlikely you have a simple missing persons case on your hands. However, any possible connection to the Abyss Order is still unclear. It appears all we have by way of clues is increased hilichurl activity, and that is certainly not much to go off of.
Right! That mysterious voice she heard in her brother's memory. The one who called himself a sinner. Who is he?
Traveler, let me ask you this. Do you believe your sibling to have betrayed you? I sense hesitation in your words. After all, you still haven't figured out the whole truth of what happened. There's still hope for the two of you to reconcile. Irreparable damage has not yet been done. The sinner you wish to know about, his situation is different. He and his fellow sinners have long betrayed me, and long betrayed their nation. His name is Vedrfolnir, the Visionary. I'm loath to admit it, but he is also my kin, my older brother.
Your brother?
There were 5 of them, the 5 sinners of Kanria, the wise Roptatir, the visionary Vedrfolnir, Gold Rhindaughter, the foul Sertalogi, and Rehir of Solnari, Rerir. No matter how eroded my memory may become, I will never forget their names. One day, I shall have my vengeance.
Wait, some of those names sound really familiar. Rhindaughter is the one who created Albedo. Sertalogi is Skirk's master. And the one we just learned about, Dane's brother, Vedrfolnir. If he was the voice of the sinner, then the one who inspired Clotar to create the Abyss Order was him.
That's true. And the stone slates we found in the ruin in Fontaine, the one that outlined Fontaine's prophecy, that was likely Vedrfolnir's doing as well.
They were once people of great esteem in Kanria, those who carried the hopes of the nation. They were the best of their peers, outstanding in their respective fields. 6 of us, together. We should have been the ones to prevent the disaster. the ones to stop the Vinster King from continuing to rock the foundation of the world. Yet, deep within, the five of them craved something more. They could not resist the call of the Abyss, and divided among themselves a power that could destroy the world. So they became sinners, but also transcendent beings, each in possession of world-shattering power. And when the cataclysm occurred, not one of them stood up in defense of their nation. Not one came forward to prevent the tragedy, and for that, they shall never have my forgiveness. Indeed, if they are not stopped, the day is sure to come when they will also betray the entire world. Of course, as I said, I never intended to hide anything from you.
So, Dane, what have you been looking into all this time?
I've continued to investigate the questions surrounding the Loom of Fate. It's been quite some time since the initial operation was launched. By retrieving the eye of the first field tiller, we were able to stop part of their plan from coming to fruition.
Oh, Paimon remembers! Weren't they going to use it to corrupt Osile and make a god or something?
Indeed. However, it's obvious that was just some sort of technical experiment. The eye was integral to their plan, yet somehow, despite failing to obtain it, they've skipped the experimental phase and found some other way to keep moving forward. There are many signs pointing to that effect.
Then, what should we do? It's not too late, is it?
Our most pressing concern is to determine the purpose of the Loom of Fate. From there, we'll be able to deduce the Abyss Order's true objective. Based on the intel I've gathered so far, I suspect the Loom of Fate is related to the ley lines in some way.
The ley lines?
Traveler, you were able to observe your siblings' memories last time, yes? I believe that was due to the fact that the ley lines in that area were unstable. My recent investigation has shown that Abyss Order activity in a particular area is usually followed by a series of issues with the ley lines.
Wait, then our commission here in Vimara Village, the person who seems to exist only in people's memories, could it be connected?
Memories, ley lines, the Loom of Fate, the missing person that doesn't seem to exist. What's the connection between all this?
It's certainly possible. I'll join your investigation tomorrow. This missing persons case could very well turn out to be the key to unraveling these mysteries.
Well, if we're teaming up with Dane again, we're gonna need all the energy we can get. Let's try investigating somewhere a little further away tomorrow. So tired. Paimon used way too much brain juice yesterday. It's all Dane's fault saying all that complicated stuff. Well, let's go find Dane. We've got a lot to do today.
Alright, before we continue, I'm gonna go ahead and run to the bathroom. And also change into some more comfy clothes. Well, mainly comfy trousers. So I'll be right back. Alright, we are back. Now, Mir, how are you doing? By the way.
Dane? Hello, Dane? Why are you just zoning out over here? Did something happen?
The missing person from your commission. Could you describe them to me?
Oh, young guy? Early 20s? Seriously, Dane, what's going on?
There appear to be certain memories in my mind that weren't there before. Memories of him.
Maybe we just talked too much about him yesterday and you had a weird dream or something?
No, it wasn't a dream. They're memories. Memories that suddenly appeared in my mind after I woke up. And I'm certain I've never met this person before. I remember handing him the eye of the first field tiller.
What? Okay, so this missing person definitely has something to do with the Abyss Order then!
Indeed. And it appears he possesses the ability to implant memories into the minds of others.
Wait then. All the memories the villagers have of him, could they be fake too? Maybe they never knew him at all. But why would he do something like that?
Whatever the Abyss Order is planning, an important truth has been revealed to us this morning.
What sort of truth?
That their goal is still to obtain the eye of the first field tiller. They haven't stopped searching for it. I am the only person who knows its location. Perhaps implanting that particular memory was an attempt to interfere with my mind in some way. Your concerns are not entirely unfounded. I don't believe the Abyss Order is capable of altering reality like that just yet. However, considering their single-minded pursuit of the eye, I would say an equal level of caution is in order on our part. Come with me. We must check whether the eye is still in our possession.
Oh, so you're going to take us to where you hid it?
But what if someone follows us? We go straight there and someone is on our tail. Aren't we just exposing the eye's location? Maybe that's the reason the Abyss Order implanted the memory in the first place. To force Dane to confirm the eye's location. Given what I know of him, though, I'm sure Dane has already thought of that possibility. It seems like he might already have a plan.
Of course.
Alright, so before we go there, I would like to check on the chest head. There it is. Right over there.
Propagate! Albert, don't know!
I do not appreciate that.
Scatter!
Okay. Sweet. Read that.
No pain, no gain.
Okay, so where's Dainsliff going? Oh, all the way there. Alright. Still just gonna make an appearance. Apparently the bakery closed that my partner was gonna go to, so he asked me if I wanted something from the bakery, but right now I would just like a Powerade. I think. Feeling my electrolytes a little low. Don't mind if I do. Let's see. There we go.
So you hid it way out here? Not an easy place to discover, that's for sure. Well, let's go check to see if it's safe.
Traveler, wait. We've no time to lose. Let's head inside.
What was Dane going to tell me just now?
Hey, wait up!
Just start it. Alright, he's gonna check on the one that's downtown, apparently. Hmm.
Hi.
Here.
It appears the mechanisms here have changed over time. You can access the upper floor through the side door. Perhaps you should try reactivating the mechanism over there.
Sweet. Oh god, dendro sigils from that. Perfect. Hello, boss time.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire! You're toast! Huh, scatter! Duh! Yeah! Propagate! That really hurt!
I really don't like when they do that.
Let's dance.
Boba, get them!
Make sure all the runes are pointing in the direction indicated by the light. That should unlock the mechanism. Ah, the door's
Sweet.
open. Let's go. Our destination is just up ahead.
I love this. I love puzzles. I've been waiting so long for the next Arkham quest that I'm like, oh, finally, yes. It's so wonderful. I fucking love this story.
Looks like we can't go any further.
Be on your guard. I sense the presence of the abyss.
It's the Abyss Order! They're here!
Of course they are. They were following us the entire time. What did you expect? Huh? Okay.
Nice and spicy!
Let the show begin.
Try not to enjoy this.
Eat this! Boba, get them!
You?
Propagate! Scatter!
Don't be such a brute. Urine.
Nice and spicy! Germinate!
Here.
Boba, get them!
Just as I suspected. The false memories were a trap. The Abyss Order just wanted to follow us here. Now that they're in the vicinity, we should have a chance to see...
Dane? What's wrong?
Can you feel that? There's been a disturbance in the ley lines. It must be the work of the Abyss.
Wow, you must be really sensitive to that sort of thing. Paimon doesn't feel it.
You too. Do as I say. Use that mechanism over there and leave this place. The Abyss Order is putting something in motion. If you return to Vimara Village, I suspect you might finally have the opportunity to locate the missing villager. Just think of it as a way to divide and conquer.
Okay, this is getting juicy. Like, it's getting really good. Dane does have a point. But something still feels off. What am I missing?
I knew going along with your trap would be the only way to meet with you face to face.
You risked your safety, and that of the Eye. That's quite the gamble, Dainsleif. But I believe that I am the one walking into a trap laid by the Twilight Sword.
So you came here all on your own? What about those followers of yours?
When the Twilight Sword is prepared for battle, any army I could send would only be marching to their doom. Better that I face you alone. I know you must have a lot to say. But if it's a conversation you want, you'll have to defeat me first.
Ooh. Now that was chilly. Could you feel the tension?
The Abyss Order's on the move. The ley lines are all out of whack. We better hurry back to Vimara Village and see what's going on. Hey, look at those hilly trails over there. Weren't they acting super agitated just a little while ago? Why are they so calm all of a sudden?
Wait, I hear something.
In the New World, they bade farewell to the shrouded sun. At last, they no longer needed to dwell on their suffering, or try to differentiate between various thoughts of blasphemy. Such was the price they paid, and thus their souls became cleansed and pure.
Did you hear that? What was that sound just now? It sounded so gentle. Could that voice be comforting the hilly trails in some way? Oh, this is weird. Let's check if this is happening anywhere else. Looks like the same thing is happening over here too. The hilly trails are calm.
You see, we're both still here. We've reclaimed an endless amount of time to love. Release your tears. You no longer need to hold back your sorrow.
It's that voice again. What's going on?
Over there. It looks like they're sleeping.
In the end, he whispered softly, "Sleep well, Father. Sleep well, my beloved people. When you awake, that which differentiates us shall be no more.
It almost sounds like a poem or some kind of story. Well, now that the hilly trolls have calmed down, Vimara Village should be safe at least. Let's put this situation to the side for now. Dane said this might be our chance to find the missing villager, so we should head back to Vimara Village before it's too late.
Okay, let's go.
Grandpa Medea, is everyone alright? The Abyss Order seems to be up to something nearby.
The Abyss Order? This is the first I'm hearing of it. Thank you for your concern. But as far as I'm aware, it's been business as usual here in the village.
Well, that's good to hear. Oh, also, you didn't happen to come across any clues about the missing villager while we were gone, did you?
Someone's gone missing, you say? Who would that be?
Huh? You know, the young guy from Vimara Village. The one you've been looking for all this time. You posted a commission with the Sumeru Adventurers Guild. That's kind of the whole reason we're here, actually. Your missing persons commission.
Ah, I do apologize, you two. I hope I'm not worrying you too much. I'm sure it's just my age making me forgetful again. At least right now, I can't seem to recall whatever it is you're referring to. Perhaps you should try asking someone else.
But how is that? All right. Thanks for your help, Grandpa Amadea. Something's definitely not right. We just talked to Grandpa Amadea about the missing villager. There's no way he could have forgotten all about him just like that. What do you think, Traveler? Could everyone's memories of the missing villager have been erased again? You're right. We should narrow down the possibilities first. Let's go ask someone else then.
Someone's gone missing? Who?
Just as expected. That guy you said a bunch of nice things about earlier? The one you always used to chat with. He's around 20 years old, and you said he was a kind, warm-hearted person?
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Really? You remember?
There aren't many young people who've earned that kind of praise from me. If you're certain that's what I said, then there's only one person who fits the bill. No doubt about it. But why'd you say he's gone missing? Yeah, I just saw him leave the village. There was someone else with him, too. They couldn't have gone far.
Strange. Bayram seems to remember him. And apparently he just saw him? Do you think maybe it's not that there's something wrong with people's memories, but that we've somehow returned to a time before he went missing?
I doubt returning to the past would be that simple. Given everything Dane mentioned about disturbances with the ley lines, I'd say it's far more likely this is related to memories in some way. I need to think carefully. What's really going on?
Just like what happened with Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, no one remembers him, because there's been a change in people's memories. If we really did travel back to a time before he disappeared, that could explain why the villagers said he hadn't gone missing. If this person only exists in people's memories, maybe we're in someone's memory right now. No, Baram's...
Right! Paimon totally forgot about the leyline disturbances. We're in someone else's memory. Just like how you entered your sibling's memory last time. That would also explain why we seem to be at a time before he went missing. It's a memory after all. Right. If he's someone who only exists in people's memories, then we're finally on the same turf. But didn't Bayron just say that he saw him leave the village with someone? Where should we go look for him? Who knows how long this ley line disturbance is gonna last? We might not have that much time and we don't even know whose memory this is. Good idea! That'll help us narrow things down. We pretty much figured out that the missing villager has the ability to... Right! That! Could we try to figure out more about him using what we know of his ability? Like, does it maybe leave a trace that would somehow give him away?
Implanting memories into the minds of others must be an imperfect process. There's no way the new memories could perfectly blend in with the old ones. There has to be some kind of tell.
All the memories seem to be set in or near Vimara village. But I'm still not sure if they're restricted to this location. All the memories seem to be set... If time was allowed to pass within the false memories, there's a higher chance they might conflict with someone's original recollection. That would make it much harder to avoid suspicion. There's a difference between memories that arise from lived experiences and those that are implanted into the mind. Perhaps it has something to do with time. Maybe not.
No wonder! All this time and the sky hasn't changed a bit! That must mean time isn't passing! That's the tell of the fake memories! The implanted memories are basically taking place outside of the regular 24 hours of the day. If the memories included the regular passage of time, it would be easy for people to tell that something was off. Like there could be overlap or something. People might start to wonder why they remember doing two different things at the same time of day. That's why he makes sure the memories take place at a specific moment in time rather than over a period of time.
If we consider this conjunction with what we already know, then the question of whose memory this is seems to have an obvious answer.
The color of the sky.
Oh, right! That's exactly what Atosa described!
Huh, come to think of it, every time we talked, it always seemed to be around dusk. Just like right now. Time always passed by really slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours, the sun would still be at the same position in the sky.
Yep, that has to be it! This is definitely Atosa's memory. Yeah, that's where they'll be!
Alright. I was wondering why we couldn't use the, this one. For the wood.
So, you see, Granny Jahiet was a mercenary when she was younger. She just talks like that out of habit. She's not trying to scare the children on purpose. Oh, there I go again. Always talking about my own things. Do you maybe have anything you want to share? It's okay if you don't. You could also just talk about what you think of me?
Oh, I think you're an incredibly strong and thoughtful young woman. You'll meet many amazing people and live a very happy life. You won't miss someone like me.
Huh? Are those your friends over there?
What's that? We finally found him. But why does he look kind of familiar?
Oh, right. This version of Atosa hasn't met us yet.
Friends? I guess you could say that. It must have taken them a lot of effort to find me. So, I should see what they need. I'm sorry, Atosa. We'll have to continue this conversation another time.
Another time, huh? Yeah, okay. I'll head back to the village then. Talk to you some other time.
It's nice to see you, Traveler. I believe this is the first time we've met.
Factoring in the memories, the Abyss Order, the Loom of Fate, and everything else, I need to think of one person that can connect all of this together.
The founder of the Abyss Order. The man who broke the curse of immortality. Born into abject sorrow, he shall now become the Loom of Fate. Dane's brother, one of the 5 sinners of Conria, the one who stole the power of the Abyss. You're Caribert Alberic.
Oh. You know me? That's quite the surprise. I don't believe I've met you before. Oh, I see. It was the memory, wasn't it? Your sibling's memory. You saw the me from back then. This is Atosa's memory. I came here to say goodbye to her, but I suppose I'll just leave her a message instead. Come, let's find somewhere else to talk.
So pretty.
I suppose you could call it the realm of my consciousness. I'm someone who no longer exists in the real world after all. As you well know. It's nothing. I still have enough strength to play the part of a good host. I've always hoped that I'd get the chance to talk to you like this, and now, the time has finally arrived.
This is a rare opportunity for me as well. I should try and learn as much information from Caribert.
Extreme sorrow and pain. Hope and regret coursing through your veins. And a degree of abyssal power that defies comprehension. Father told me that once I possessed all those elements, I would become the Loom of Fate. But despite his intentions for me, I never truly became the Loom of Fate. I was merely used as a means for its construction. In truth, I died the moment I set everything in motion. The person you see before you now is nothing but a remnant of consciousness left over within the Loom of Fate.
Caribert is dead. That's why he no longer exists outside of people's memories.
As for your question, the Loom of Fate is a device capable of weaving ley lines In its primitive form, it can only be used to create and implant memories. But, as more of it is completed, its power becomes stronger and stronger, until finally, it has the power to weave real ley lines of its own. Once fully completed, the moment it gains the power to weave ley lines, it loses the lower level ability to influence memories, but it also becomes a tool that can change the entire world. Yes, I have the ability to control the loom in its semi-completed form. I suppose you can think of it as a form of compensation. After all, its existence cost me my life.
So, the memories that suddenly appeared in Dane's mind were implanted by Carabray through the half-finished loom of fate? That makes sense. I'm still lost as to why he went so far as to introduce himself to all the residents of Imara village.
Ah, that. I was wrong to implant those memories. I'm sorry I caused so much trouble. Not only for everyone in the village, but for you as well. I just wanted them to feel like I once existed in this world, as if I had a chance at life.
So that's why. I would never have guessed. But is there any kind of meaning to this? Does only existing in people's memories really count as living?
I know what you must be thinking. Why would I do something so meaningless? But I just couldn't accept it. I had to know what it would be like if I had my own life. What kind of person I would be. What other people would think of me. Chief Ahmadiyya, Baram, Granny Jahiyat, Atosa. What would it be like if I could live alongside them? No cataclysm, no curse. Just a quiet life in a peaceful village. I was curious, so I selfishly tried to have my own life. Even if that meant piecing together the version of myself that could have been. One memory at a time. I know it sounds stupid. After all, my life ended a long time ago. Any chance at living was stripped away from me when I was 8 years old. My consciousness left to mature in an illusory world of nothingness. Even the form you see before you was nothing but an invention based on my father's appearance. An imagined version of what I would look like if I had the chance to grow up.
In the end, this all stems from the tragedy that occurred in Conria back then.
I know. But there's nothing I can do to make them find me. If I could exist in the real world, I would return without a second thought and surprise them with the suddenness of it all. But, well, that's not possible for me. I know. Captain Dainsleif. Twilight Sword, you mean? No need to meet up with him. Things should already be settled on his end. Exactly. As someone who could only exist in people's memories, the fact that I'm able to talk to you in my consciousness like this can only mean one thing. The Loom of Fate has already been completed.
The Loom of Fate is already completed. It's already complete. That means the eye of the first field tiller must have fallen into the hands of the Abyss. Something have happened to Dane.
No need to worry about Captain Dainsleif. He's absolutely fine. The only reason he lost the eye was because I happened to guess exactly what he was planning. Captain Dainsleif has had the eye inside his body this whole time, hasn't he? His plan was to lure the Abyss Order to a false location, capitalizing on their pursuit of the eye in order to have the chance to confront the prince. He would then hand the eye to you and tell you to take it away from that location. That way, Captain Dainsleif could accomplish his own goal and ensure the safety of the eye all at once. A very thorough plan. That's right, because in his mind, he had given it to you already.
Wait, does that mean he gave Dane a false memory?
Before you two entered that false location.
Traveler, wait.
Hmm?
We've no time to lose. Let's head inside.
When Dane froze up back then, it was because a false memory was being implanted in his mind. No wonder.
That was when I implanted the memory of him handing you the eye. Given the tense situation at that time, Captain Dainsleif failed to notice anything out of the ordinary, and took that memory to be real. I'm sorry, Traveler, but I needed the Loom of Fate to be completed. And to do that, we had to retrieve the eye.
So Dane had the eye this whole time, until the Abyss Order took it away. I'm not sure there's anything we could have done.
I promise I'm not trying to conceal anything from you, but I truly have no idea what the Prince is planning. Tevat's ley line system is deeply entrenched in the planet. Creating new ley lines can neither replace nor extend the ones that already exist. In the face of everything they could be planning, I fear I'm too insignificant to even get a glimpse of the bigger picture. In any case, I had my own use for the Loom of Fate, and my goal, at least, has been achieved. You remember my father, don't you? Clotar Alberic. I believe you saw him in your sibling's memory, after he used the power of the Abyss to restore consciousness to my hilichurl form. I suffered from an indescribable level of mental anguish. To comfort me, my father told me a story, that this was a fairy tale world where I had to take on the form of a little monster. That story managed to dispel my fears, even if just for a moment. My goal was simple: to use the Loom of Fate in its near-completed form, when its ability to create memories was at its strongest, to implant a specific memory into the minds of the hilichurls. In that memory, I would tell them a story, just like my father did for me. It was a story of fairy tales and love. But more than anything, it was the story of us.
So the thing that caused the Hilichurls to calm down back then was Care Bear's story. So that was it. It's the only thing he wanted. Had a device as powerful as the Loom of Fate at his disposal, and all he wanted to do with it was to offer the Hilichurls a moment of comfort and peace.
I can't change the world. Not when I lost the very right to exist within it. Implanting those memories, that was the most worthwhile thing I could offer. All that's left of my existence is a wisp of residual consciousness tied to the Loom of Fate. In truth, that trace of my consciousness should have dissipated long ago. My goal was the one thing that allowed me to hold on all this time. But now, the bedtime story is finished. And it's finally time to rest.
Looks like I was too late to see Kari Bear one last time. Kari Bear's consciousness is gone, and this space will soon disappear along with it. Neither of us belongs here. That's why we're not tangible. Were that not the case, I'd love to hug you too. Well, how about a conversation? The chance to just stop and talk like this is certainly not easy to come by. Wouldn't you agree? That battle earlier was tough. The one against Dane, I mean. I didn't expect that after everything, he would still hesitate to raise his sword against me. Were it not for that, perhaps I'd still be no match for the Twilight Sword. Even after 500 years. The Loom of Fate, huh? I still haven't found a way to utilize it to its full potential. But there's still time. Before the heavenly principles awaken. Yes, for 500 years now, ever since the cataclysm in Conria, there's been no sign of activity. Not long ago, you witnessed the Hydro Archon destroy her divine throne. Yes, such a flagrant disregard for the rules, and still Celestia took no action. I suppose that's proof enough of the Heavenly Principles situation. However, the Heavenly Principles will awaken. We just don't know when that will be, or what might trigger it. You could say that. Just look at Kari Bear. He was so pure and single-minded. The space we now find ourselves is a perfect representation of who he was. Quiet and peaceful, even as a hilly churl. Seeing the terrible sight within the mirror wasn't enough to taint his spirit. He brought comfort to the people of this world, even though he was denied the very right to be a part of it. So ask yourself this. Who was it that deprived him of that right to exist? Of course, that's only one example. My feelings about the heavenly principles are too complicated to explain in just a few words. Lumine?
You're the only one in this world who calls me that. There's so much I wanted to ask you. But for some reason, I'm not interested in asking those questions right now. There's just one thing I have to ask. One thing I could never understand. Why? Why can't we continue our journey together?
At the end of my journey, I arrived at a place known as the Sea of Flowers at the end. Do you remember? A long time ago, when we traveled between worlds together, you told me. You wanted to find a place in the universe where that one flower was in full bloom. To have a place like that suddenly appear before me? Well, would you think of that as a coincidence?
You mean?
I miss you too, Lumine. But as this war continues to rage, and as I continue to seek that final answer, I don't even know how to face myself sometimes. Let alone my own sister.
What's going on?
This space has lost its tether. I doubt it'll be able to exist much longer. In fact, aside from our ability to physically interact with each other, there's something else you should know about this space. With Kari Bear gone, we won't be able to remember anything that happened here. Everything in this space will be wiped from existence, including all memory of our reunion.
You're only telling me this now?
Rip my heart out, why don't you?
Still so sleepy. Paimon's head feels all fuzzy. Oh, Paimon woke up a little earlier than you, so Paimon will fill you in. The villagers said that they saw us sleeping near the village yesterday. They couldn't wake us up no matter how hard they tried, so they decided to just bring us back here. Oh, and Dane came by just now. It looked like he was injured. He didn't say anything, though. Just made sure that you were all right and left. Kinda seemed like he had a lot on his mind, but that's Dane for ya. Let's think for a second. We were in that memory, and we saw that guy you called Kari Bear. He was the missing villager that we've been trying to find, right? And after that, Paimon doesn't remember what happened. Wait, really? What a score!
I guess our commission is complete then. The missing villager, the person who only existed in people's memories, was Kari Bear all along. But now that he's gone, I'm not sure how to explain things to the villagers.
Well, what happened after that?
Maybe I'm just tired. I feel like something else happened, but why can't I remember? I'm not sure why. Almost feels like I lost something.
Ah, there you are. Sleep well?
Bayram, you sure seem happy. Did something good happen?
Something good? Huh. Wasn't anything good or bad, I'd say. It's just that, well, the village organized another search party yesterday. It didn't feel right to leave all the searching to the adventurers. So there we were, searching away, when suddenly this one guy said it all came back to him. According to him, one day around dusk, he was passing by this one tree outside the village, and he saw our missing villager. There he was, sleeping under that tree all by himself. His parents came a little later to wake him up, and they all left together. They looked like quite a happy family, apparently. And after that, well, we all started to feel like that really is what happened. Kind of strange that we forgot all about it for so long.
So that's how Kari Bear said his goodbyes. That was the last memory he gave them.
Oh, and we also remembered his name, Kari Bear. Now, that's not a name you hear every day. Would have been helpful if we remembered it sooner. Well, I hope he's happy wherever he is, and we're all relieved now that we know what happened.
Seems like everyone thinks Kari Bear left the village. That's probably for the best. At least they have some sort of explanation now. Paimon wonders how Atosa's doing. Maybe we should go check on her. If she hasn't remembered like everyone else, we can tell her what happened. Paimon didn't see her in the village just now, so she's probably at the tree. Come on, let's go talk to her. Hey, Atosa, how's it going?
Oh, it's you two. I was just about to go looking for you. I wanted to thank you. I was part of the search party, so I remembered what happened to Kari Bear now. Honestly, I just can't believe I forgot something so important. It's funny, but I have this feeling he told me the same thing. I just can't seem to remember when. I guess it doesn't really matter anyway. Life is made up of a series of memories. As long as I hold on to our time together, he'll always be a part of my life. I'm just happy I got to meet him. So, who cares what happens in the future, right? Okay, I'll admit. I'm just putting on a brave face. I was dumped, wasn't I? Otherwise, why would he just leave like that without saying goodbye? You don't need to comfort me. I'll be okay. It's just like Kari Bear said. It's the things we overcome that make life more precious. And you know, if he has a heart, maybe he'll come back and see me one day. Anyway, thanks for all your hard work, you two. I promised I'd help Granny Jahiet with something, so I should head back. Goodbye!
Well, that should be it, right? Everyone's lives can go back to normal now. Oh, right! Weren't you about to tell Paimon what happened after your conversation with Kari Bear?
Right. What was it that happened? I can't remember. I'll be right back, guys. Alright, we're gonna continue. Let's see. Ah, it feels like there's something in my pocket.
A picture? Where'd that come from? Let Paimon see.
You must get along with each other, the two of you. Oh, that was so sweet. Oh, why'd they have to rip my heart out like that? Alright, let's see. Damn it. We can only get up to 8 right now. Gosh darn it. No. I'm not okay with that. Alright. So, since I got food, I say we go watch some videos. Then I can eat, and then we can continue the stream, so. First things first, we're gonna go ahead and find the video that we want to watch. I almost clicked Netflix. I was like, no! That's not good. So we're gonna go ahead and find the video that we want to watch. Okay, I kind of want to see what happens to the pro hockey player, but I'm going to go ahead and my food ready and my cola, so I suggest that you guys do the same. Back in 2 minutes. Alright, so I will be muting my mic for the stream itself, not on Discord, but let's get into the story. Let's see what happens to this pro hockey player's case that was a 14-year-old mystery.
10,000 feet up, deep inside of the beautiful Austrian Alps, lies a very unique and not well-known tourist destination. The only way you can get to this destination is to ride a gondola, or if you're feeling really motivated, you could, in theory, hike up to it, but very few people do that. Once you reach this tourist destination, you walk over to this string of buildings, and right away you start to see all these warning signs about this area, telling you that while of course it's stunning and beautiful, remember, it's also very dangerous. Today, I'm going to tell you a horror story that happened at this unique location. And make sure you stick around till the end, because there are actually 2 plot twists at the end of this story. The first one you might see coming, the second one you won't. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please go to the Like Button's big garage sale and proceed to haggle with them really aggressively over the prices of their most expensive items, to the point where they have to basically ignore their other customers just to deal with you. And then finally, when they relent and offer you a fair and decent price for these prized items, just say, nah, I'm actually not interested. I actually don't have any money. And then just leave. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. On August 9th, 1989, 23-year-old Duncan McPherson pulled his little red car into a parking lot inside of a lush green valley in Austria. After parking his car, Duncan reached across his middle console and he grabbed an apple out of a bag, and then he took a bite and just admired the unbelievable landscape all around him. He was near the Austrian Alps, and so there were literally just mountains jutting up everywhere. Duncan, who was originally from Canada, had been this highly touted, unbelievable first-round draft pick by the New York Islanders back in 1984. The Islanders are a professional ice hockey team in the United States. But despite Duncan's incredible promise and athleticism, he just couldn't ever get it together, and so he never actually made the New York Islanders' big league roster. And so, in 1989, Duncan started to realize that maybe his hockey career was coming to an end. But instead of just hanging up his skates in frustration, Duncan decided he would pursue a different type of career that kept him still within the hockey world. He would become a coach. And so, in 1989, Duncan had agreed to coach this small-time professional hockey team in Scotland. And for Duncan, his thought was, I'll go there, I'll learn how to be a good coach, and then down the road, I'll maybe have the opportunity to coach much more prominent and prestigious teams. But before moving to Scotland and beginning this new career, Duncan decided what he really needed right now was just to take a break, because for basically his whole life, Duncan had been playing hockey around the clock practically 7 days a week. You don't get to become a first-round draft pick unless hockey is your life. And so Duncan thought, you know what, before I begin this huge life transition, I'm gonna just kick back and relax and go on a huge European vacation. And one of the first stops of this vacation was going to be the Austrian Alps right in front of him. However, he wasn't just going to look at these incredible mountains, he was going to snowboard down them. Or more specifically, he was going to learn how to snowboard on these incredible mountains. And so Duncan finished eating his apple and then chucked the core into the bag, and then he hopped out of his car, shut the door, locked it, and then began walking across the parking lot towards the white gondola station. A gondola is like a ski lift, but much bigger. It's kind of like a small bus with lots of windows, and it's connected to a cable, and that cable, which is elevated off the ground, pulls you up and down mountains. Now, typically, people ride gondolas just for the incredible view of the mountain from up high. But some gondolas are actually in place to take people to specific locations in the mountain. And typically these locations are areas that are not accessible otherwise. You need a gondola to get there. And in Duncan's case, the gondola that he was about to hitch a ride on was of the latter variety. It carried passengers from the station near this parking lot high up into the Austrian Alps, up to about 10,000 feet of elevation, where there was another gondola station called the Eisgrot Mountain Station. And right next to the Eisgrot Mountain Gondola Station was a very unique ski resort called the Stubai Glacier. And overwhelmingly, this ski resort was the reason why people were taking this gondola. This ski resort was unique not only because it was very hard to get to, you basically had to take a gondola or hike up to it, but also because the actual slope that skiers and snowboarders would use at this resort was not just a snowy mountainside like virtually all other ski resorts around the world are. No, instead, the Stubai Glacier Ski Resort was a glacier. And so people were literally skiing and snowboarding on a glacier, hence the name. And a glacier, in simple terms, is just a huge swath of thick, permanently frozen ice. And so, in the warmer months, when other ski resorts around the world were not able to continue operations because there was no snow or it was too warm to make snow, the Stubai Glacier Ski Resort did not have that problem, because in those warmer months, they could just drive their huge snowcat tractors with their big rakes behind them all over the slope, the glacier, and their rakes would basically chop up the top layer of the ice, turning it into powder for people to ski on, which allowed them to basically stay open every day of the year. And so Duncan, back down in the parking lot, he walked over to the gondola station, he bought his gondola ticket, and then he hitched a ride on the first gondola that swung through the station. And after a slow but beautiful ride up into the mountains, where all that lush greenery down below in the valley was replaced by jagged snow and ice up in the Alps, Duncan finally saw the Stubai Glacier Ski Resort and the glacier itself right behind it that stretched up to the top of the mountain. A few minutes later, the gondola Duncan was on arrived at the Ysgrot Mountain Gondola Station, and Duncan, along with the others inside of the gondola, hopped off, and then Duncan immediately walked over to the resort and headed into the equipment rental store. And after getting his snowboard and his boots and all the other equipment he would need, he headed right back outside to wait for his instructor to arrive. Duncan had previously purchased a lesson with an instructor at the resort. It was set for 11 a.m. And so Duncan, he's out there at the foot of this glacier, and right at 11, an instructor walks over and introduces himself, and Duncan and the instructor immediately start getting into the basics of snowboarding, how to put your boots into your bindings, how to use the edges of your board. And then for a little while, the instructor and Duncan didn't go up the glacier. Instead, they just kind of worked on some basics on the flat ground right there. And then after the instructor felt like Duncan was ready to go, they both walked over to the tow rope, which is a way to get to the top of the slope. There's a cable that kind of rotates from the top to the bottom of the mountain, and there are all these bars attached to the cable, and skiers and snowboarders grab the bar while standing on their snowboard or their skis, and they literally get pulled up the mountain. And so Duncan and the instructor grabbed onto the tow rope, they made their way to the top of the glacier, and from there they pushed over to the start of the run. And once they were there, the instructor strapped into his snowboard, and then Duncan strapped into his, and then they were off, very slowly making their way, kind of like a falling leaf pattern. Duncan was not just going straight down the mountain, he's a beginner, and so it's very slow, very controlled, and as they went down, the instructor's giving Duncan tips, how to stay more on his edge, how to slow down, how to speed up, and very quickly, the instructor saw that Duncan was so good at balancing, his legs were so strong, likely because he was a professional hockey player. And so the instructor was telling Duncan the whole time they're going down how unbelievably good he was doing for his first lesson. And so finally, after about an hour of very slowly making their way all the way down this glacier, they reached the bottom where they had first been doing some flat ground stuff. And when they got there, it had started to rain. And it was raining bad enough that lots of people on the mountain were abandoning the mountain and running inside of the resort to get out from under the rain. And so the instructor, he looked at his watch and he realized they were almost at 1 p.m., which was the end of their lesson. And he said to Duncan, I don't think we have time to go back up, plus it's raining. Duncan said he didn't care about the rain, but he also understood that, it wasn't ideal conditions. And so they decided that even though there was a few minutes left, they would just cancel the lesson right there, and they would actually just go inside and grab lunch together. And so they made their way out of the rain into the resort, and when they went inside the resort, the instructor noticed that Duncan's sweater, which was underneath his yellow rain jacket, was totally soaked. And so he offered to Duncan, hey, do you want to take your sweater off and I'll hang it up inside my office, and by the end of the day it should be dry. And Duncan thought, great, that's fine. So he took off his wet sweater, he gave it to the instructor, and while the instructor was going to his office, Duncan went into the gift shop and he just bought a new sweater for the day. And after that, Duncan had his new sweater on with his rain jacket over it, and then he met the instructor in the cafeteria where they both sat down and had a nice meal. They got to know each other a little bit better. After they were done eating, both of them looked out the window and saw the rain had subsided, but in its place was lots of fog that was rolling in, and so very few people were going back onto the mountain. But the instructor told Duncan that, hey, you did so good today that you should really go back out there on your own this afternoon and practice. Do some runs, go nice and slow, same as I was teaching you, and then tomorrow, when we have our follow-up lesson, we can maybe, get into some more advanced things. Duncan thought that was a great idea. He said he would definitely go out there and practice on his own. And then the two men cleaned up, and the instructor made his way to meet his next client, and Duncan headed right outside, grabbed his snowboard, and began walking towards the tow rope. Last week, me and old Seagull Lung were wandering through Montreal when we turned onto this side street, and immediately we both stopped, because right there in the middle of the road, laying unclaimed, was a fresh blue whale carcass. Now, Lung and I knew it was only a matter of time before somebody else came along, spotted this incredible treasure, and took it for themselves. And so without any hesitation, me and old Seagull Lung whipped out our portable meat smokers, and we got to work. And 99 hours later, our pockets were filled to the brim with glorious smoked street whale. However, when we tried to feed our smoked street whale to our friends and family at our annual summer barbecue, they took one bite and said, "This is kind of gross. What is this, smoked street whale?" And so, naturally, we were crushed by this, but luckily, we had a backup. HelloFresh. HelloFresh is America's #1 meal kit. From chef-crafted seasonal recipes to their new Fresh and Fit summer menu, HelloFresh brings flavor right to your doorstep. And don't worry if you're a terrible cook, because HelloFresh's foolproof recipes are super easy to follow and all their ingredients come pre-portioned. And speaking of their amazing ingredients, they travel from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days for quality you can literally taste. So if you're worried about your Montreal smoked street whale not being a hit at your next summer barbecue, well, save yourself the embarrassment and try HelloFresh. Go to HelloFresh.com and use code MrBallin50 at checkout for 50% off plus free shipping. Again, use code MrBallin50 at checkout for 50% off plus free shipping. Okay, back to the story. The next morning, Duncan's snowboard instructor arrived a little bit early to work, and so after getting off the gondola, he made his way over to the resort and he grabbed a cup of coffee in the same cafeteria where he and Duncan had eaten the day before. And then after finishing that coffee, the instructor grabbed his snowboard and the rest of his gear and then headed outside to meet Duncan in the meeting spot they had both agreed on. But when it was time for the lesson to start, Duncan didn't show up. And so the instructor, for a second, thought, was there somewhere else we were going to meet? Did I get the time wrong? But he checked the time and he remembered the conversation he had with Duncan. They were going to meet at the foot of the tow rope and he was right there and Duncan wasn't. And so he thought, okay, maybe Duncan's running late. But he waited and waited and waited and Duncan never showed up. The instructor was bummed because he and Duncan really had kind of become friends the day before, and he was looking forward to teaching Duncan some more today, but the instructor knew it was pretty common for tourists to cancel their follow-up snowboard or ski lessons. It's like they show up for that first day, they get really into it, they plan on going the next day, but then other distractions in their vacation pull them elsewhere, and they no-show for the lesson. And so the instructor didn't take it personally. He just assumed that, Duncan had found something else to do that was more fun. But the instructor knew he would see Duncan again because Duncan's sweater was still sitting in the instructor's office. 1 week later, Duncan's parents, who were back home in Saskatoon, Canada, got a very unexpected phone call from the Dundee Tigers hockey team, which was the professional hockey team in Scotland that Duncan was going to go coach after this big European vacation. The team rep for this hockey team asked the parents if they knew where their son was because he had not shown up for his first day of work. And Duncan's parents, they immediately were like, that doesn't make any sense. He was so excited about this job. This is a really big deal for him. He would never miss the first day. And so the parents told the team rep that they would try to get in touch with Duncan, and as soon as they did, they'd be in touch with the team, and the team rep said they would do the exact same thing for the parents. However, after this call, the parents quickly realized that trying to get in touch with their son was going to be nearly impossible. They knew Duncan had gone on this big European vacation, but they didn't have his itinerary. They didn't know what countries he was going to, in what order. They really only knew that he was really excited and he was just going to be on vacation. That was kind of it. And remember, this is 1989. They can't just call Duncan. There weren't cell phones. They didn't have the easy modern ways that we all communicate instantly. And so the parents are like, who do we even call? Where do we go? What do we do? And so ultimately, even though this felt kind of dramatic at the time, the parents decided to file a missing person report with Interpol, which is an organization that connects police across international lines. However, the parents quickly learned that this missing person report was not going to become a high priority item for any police anywhere in Europe, because their son was 23, he's healthy, he's strong, he's smart, he's of sound mind, and really all that had happened was Duncan had missed a single day of work on the back end of a huge vacation. So there's lots of reasons why that could have happened. Maybe he extended his vacation. Yeah, it's not professional, but it's totally possible. Or maybe he doesn't want to take the job after all. Or maybe he's just running late. I mean, there's a lot of very logical explanations for why Duncan didn't show up. And so, in short, the parents were told that if you want to find your son right now and not just wait for him to reappear, well, you better go looking yourself. And without hesitation, that's exactly what Duncan's parents did. They packed up a couple of suitcases and they headed to Europe to go find their son. Because to them, it felt like something was wrong here and there was no time to waste. But again, the parents have no idea where their son would have gone in Europe, and so they don't really have a good starting point. They don't know who to talk to. But they just began chasing down every single seemingly insignificant lead they came across, and as they traveled all over Europe, they hung up thousands and thousands of flyers that showed their son's face, said he was missing, and here's a number to call if you know where he is. But despite these efforts, the parents really got nowhere. That is, until about a month into their search, when still they have not found Duncan, they have no idea where he is, they've chased down all these leads, they've all dead-ended. And at this time, the parents convinced several news outlets around Europe to air a segment on their news about Duncan. And one of those missing person segments aired in Austria. And the news anchor in Austria, when they were doing this segment, they described the car that Duncan was almost definitely driving when he went missing. It was that little red car. The parents had discovered in chasing down their leads that their son had borrowed the little red car from a childhood friend who used to play hockey with him, and the friend had told the parents that he had lent it to Duncan, and Duncan had told him he would have it for a week and then return it. But Duncan had never returned the car. And so the anchor in Austria does this segment about how Duncan is missing, and if you have information, come forward. They describe the little red car, and sure enough, not long after this segment aired in Austria, somebody found Duncan's car. It was still sitting in that parking lot right near the Stubai Glacier gondola. Immediately, when Duncan's parents heard about this, they flew to Austria and they met with police who brought them out to look at their son's car. They hadn't moved it. It was still just sitting where he had left it. And then also police showed the parents what they had found inside of the car, which included Duncan's passport, a letter to his girlfriend, where he talked about how excited he was to go to Scotland, and also a bag of rotten fruit. The police also told the parents that now, with the discovery of this vehicle, they were going to really lean into this missing person case to try to find their son, and that the next day they were going to launch this huge search of the area near where his car was to hopefully find Duncan. And so the parents, who were now cautiously optimistic that they might get some answers, they left the police and they went to a local hotel to rest up before the next day when they would be up early and join this huge search party. But when they got to that local hotel, they did what they always did everywhere they went in Europe. They began handing out all these missing person flyers with Duncan's face on them to everybody they saw in the lobby. They began hanging them up all over the hotel. And sure enough, just by completely random chance, they handed one of these flyers to Duncan's snowboard instructor. They handed it to him, he looked at it, and he did a double take, and he was like, I know him. And he explained how he taught Duncan how to snowboard, and then Duncan didn't show up the next day, and he just figured, okay, he blew it off to go do something else, but he'd come back for his sweater, but he never came back for his sweater, and he never heard from Duncan again. And so the parents, they have been searching all of Europe for a month, and they haven't talked to anybody who knew Duncan. They've gotten nowhere, and now they've just randomly stumbled on probably the last person to see Duncan before he went missing. And so they kept asking the instructor, give us more information. What was his attitude like? Was he stressed out? Was he scared? Was he worried about something? Where did he go? Give us anything. But the instructor really didn't have that much more information to offer. And so he tried to answer all their questions, but really just finally said, look, I'm sorry. All I know is after we ate lunch together on the 9th, Duncan said he was going to go out and do some practice runs, but I never actually saw him go up. I didn't see him come down. I just assumed he went up there and was kind of on his own for the day. And then, of course, the next day, I didn't see him and he never came back. And so I'm sorry. That's all I know. And so the parents finally said, thank you so much for the information. Please get in touch with us if you remember anything. And the instructor said he would. And then after that, the parents made their way to their room and they went to bed. The next morning, the parents got up early and they headed to that parking lot where Duncan's car was. And there were all these people, police officers and volunteers that were there to be a part of this big search party. And so after the parents explained to the leaders of the search party what the instructor had told them, that very likely their son had been up at the Stubai Glacier ski resort when he went missing, the entire search party quickly hopped on gondolas and made their way up there. And all day, this search party combed this glacier up and down. They walked all around to the backside of this mountain. They rappelled down cliffs and they hiked all over this entire segment of the mountain. but nobody found anything that gave away where Duncan had gone. And the next day, it was the same story. Huge search party looking everywhere, expanding the search, not just Stubai Glacier, but basically all over this entire swath of mountain range. But still, they found nothing. And so, at the end of this second day, the authorities went up to Duncan's parents and they told them that unfortunately, we can't continue this search. We're calling it off. But Duncan's parents, they didn't call off the search. They continued searching for another 14 years. And over that time frame, they went back to Stubai Glacier over and over and over again. They searched it up and down. They knew all the staff members. They knew all the nooks and crannies of the entire place. But they never found any sign of their son. Fast forward to July of 2003, so 14 years after Duncan had gone missing. And a Stubai Glacier ski resort employee was riding the tow rope towards the top of the mountain when they noticed there was a bright yellow piece of trash right in the middle of the slope. And so the employee rode the tow rope just a little bit higher, and then he let go and skied down to this yellow thing. He reached down and he began pulling on this piece of yellow, and suddenly he stopped. And absolutely horrified, he realized this was not trash. While no one knows for sure what happened to Duncan, here is the leading theory that Duncan's family and authorities, for the most part, agree on. Back on August 9th, 1989, after having lunch with his snowboard instructor, Duncan was feeling motivated to go back out and take some practice runs. And so he headed outside, he looked up at the glacier, there's all this fog rolling in, but it's not raining, and so nobody's on the slope, and so it's perfect for a beginner. He's gonna have this place to himself. And so he grabs his board, he makes his way over to the tow rope, he straps in, he grabs onto a bar, and he makes his way to the top. Once he gets off, he makes his way over to the start of the run, he puts his other foot into his binding, he makes sure he's all set, and then he stood up and began slowly kind of waffling his way down the completely vacant and very foggy slope. And as he was going along, he got more and more confident and began going a little bit faster and a little bit faster until finally he was basically just bombing it down the mountain, relying on his natural balance and strength to kind of keep him up. And then all of a sudden, he caught an edge and flipped forward and smashed into the ground, and when he did, he broke his leg. The unique danger to humans when it comes to glaciers is something called a crevasse. Basically, cracks form in the ice, and sometimes these cracks can be massive, like mind-bogglingly massive, hundreds and hundreds of feet, that if you fall into this thing, you're done. No one's getting you out of there. You are falling either to your death, or you're falling so far down that no one can get to you. Or, like in the case of Stubai Glacier Ski Resort, they had the issue of little crevasses forming kind of all over the place. Especially if it rained, the rain would begin to crack the ice, or if maybe it was warmer than usual, the ice would crack here and there. And so the resort was really good about constantly patrolling their slope to make sure no crevasses had formed anywhere on the slope. And so when you got to Stubai Glacier Ski Resort, you were warned that there is such a thing as a crevasse. This is a real glacier, so make sure you're looking around and don't fall into one. Well, because it had rained, a crevasse had formed, a small one, like a pothole, in the slope, but because it was so foggy because of the rain, as Duncan was bombing down, he didn't see it, and that's what he caught his edge on, causing him to fall and break his leg. And so Duncan, he's now stranded in the middle of the slope. He's not close enough to the bottom to where he could pull himself into the resort. He's not close enough to the top where he could get himself up there and talk to the tow lift operator. And so he's just kind of stranded. There's nobody on the mountain. It's so foggy, nobody can see him from the resort. And so he's just stuck in agonizing pain, wondering what he's supposed to do. At the same time this was happening, another ski resort employee was climbing into one of those big snowcat tractors at the top of the glacier. These tractors were what the resort used to chop the top layer of ice and turn it into snow. And because it had rained that day, a lot of the snow had melted, and so this employee needed to basically go over the entire slope from top to bottom and grind up the ice and make some new snow. And so the employee hopped in the cab of this tractor, shut the door, turned on the engine, turned on the back rake, which in your head, picture a long stretch of metal dragging behind this tractor that had rotating blades that cut into the snow as it moved along. And so this employee, after turning on the rake and making sure everything worked, they drove the snowcat and the rake onto the start of the downward slope, and they began crisscrossing back and forth across the entire slope, turning it all into fresh snow. And as this employee drove, they were very careful not to go too quick because they knew they couldn't see very far with all of the fog. And so they're going like 1 or 2 miles an hour, being very cautious. And then suddenly, at the last second, they see something in the snow. It kind of appeared out of the fog. And so the employees swerved as fast as they could to avoid hitting it. And they did narrowly miss it. Their big tank-like treads that are on these tractors just missed running this thing over. However, the back rake with the rotating blades did not miss this object. It went right over it. The employee immediately parked the snowcat and then leapt outside and ran over to see what this thing was. And when they got there, they could not believe what they saw. It was Duncan, and all those rotating blades that had crossed over him had basically mutilated him. One of his arms had been cut off, one of his legs was nearly cut off, but it's believed Duncan was actually not dead. The injuries were horrible, but they would not necessarily have killed him outright. He would bleed to death without help, but in theory, he could have been saved. But the employee, even though this was a total accident, totally panicked and decided that because it was so foggy, no one must have seen this. No one was around, and so no one would know that they were the ones who ran this guy over. And so instead of helping Duncan, they just tied him up and dragged him behind the snowcat off of the glacier over to this area where this employee knew there was a very deep crevasse. And they chucked Duncan, who might have been alive at this point, into the crevasse along with his arm and his severed leg, and then the employee used the snowcat tractor to rake over the crevasse. They filled it all in and packed it down, and then they drove down the rest of the way and just hoped no one would ever know. But over the course of the next 14 years, the glacier would melt more and more each year until finally Duncan's yellow jacket popped through the ice. And that's what the resort employees saw as they were going up the tow lift and thought it was trash. It was actually Duncan's jacket. They skied over, they tried to pull it out of the snow, only to then see, literally in the ice, Duncan McPherson looking right back up at them. And Duncan still looked like he was 23 years old because he had been frozen this entire time. According to the Stubai Glacier Ski Resort, Duncan must have just fallen into this crevasse and died. That's what they say happened, and some authorities say that is what happened. But when they pulled Duncan out of the ice and they found his body had been chopped apart and his snowboard had even been chopped apart, that told a very different story. As for the snowcat driver who drove over Duncan, they were never actually officially identified or charged with any crime because there was a statute of limitations that had run out by 2003. And so no one has ever been held accountable for Duncan's death. So that's gonna do it. If you got something out
Holy shit! Damn! That was actually insane to figure out, like, wow. Damn. That... God damn! It's... Hey, Vampire, come in, welcome back. Oh my goodness. Alright. Well, I'm gonna clean up my plate. I'll be live for at least 1 more hour. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna just clean up after eating. You should definitely have... Okay, every ski resort should have a system in place for when it's foggy. God damn. I've actually been to a skiing place in Iceland, and there was a snowstorm that hit on the day where I was at, and this was with my grade school, and we happened to be there on when a snowstorm hit, and we had a buddy system, but apparently my buddy, who was supposed to look out for me, decided to let go of my hand deliberately. And you know what? I could have actually suffocated in that area because this is a little bit high up in Iceland on the mountain. And with the intensity of the snowstorm up there, it actually becomes really suffocating. So it's really dangerous for you as a child to be there. Even as an adult, if you're inexperienced, and especially for someone my age at the time. So as soon, it's like we were what, 12, 13? Yeah. So I was lucky because a man actually found me. He was like, "What are you doing here?" I told him I lost my buddy. I don't know what happened. He just went, "Okay, you know what? I'm picking you up and I'm getting you to the resort." And when he got me there, I was barely able to breathe. I actually had to get an oxygen tank because I couldn't get enough breath. And my buddy came over and was like, "Hey, what happened? You just let go of my hand." No, sorry, it wasn't that. So when I got in there, I got the oxygen. I'm thinking about a different ski trip. So when I got there, and I got asked, "Okay, who was your buddy?" And I was like, I can't even, I couldn't think. I was just absolutely out of it. So they checked the buddy system, and they said her name, and as soon as I realized what happened, and I had gotten enough oxygen, I went straight up to her. And there were these trays. You know, these trays. And, I thought about smacking her with it, but I didn't. Instead, no, I actually did. Yeah, I did. I picked up the tray. I went, "Hi!" and smacked her in the face, and I told her, "You left me for fucking dead. If you ever do that again, I will make sure that you don't walk away." She was not. It was like, what did you do that for? I got asked why I did it, and I was like, "Oh, she let go of my hand. She was my buddy. I could have died." And the man who actually got me into the resort said the exact same thing. Savage, yeah. My literal classmates have tried to kick me off a mountain. They have left me for dead in the snow. They have tried to suffocate me, drown me, and then torture me, and then try to cut my veins. So, yeah. Wonderful. It's like, "Oh, kids will be kids." Fuck you. No, I'm not taking that kind of parenting. It's like, but I mean, it's fine. No, it's not. Your kid is a fucking absolute psychopathic killer. What do you mean? It's like, if you're gonna stand there and defend your kid when you have literal proof of the fact that they did this. Oh yeah, that was sickening, yes. Me, I'm savage, yes. Although I do it straight to their face. It's like, "Hi." Funny fact is, when we had that, incident where I was actually near kicked off a fucking mountain, I managed to get myself up. And the same person... no, sorry. One of the girls that actually was really mean to me, like, really savagely mean to me, she actually managed to break her leg I was the only one who was far enough behind and gave a damn about her situation because nobody else knew what the fuck to do. And I was like, okay, you know what? You need to stay still. She told me to get away from her, and I just went, okay, so you want me to leave you here to die? Not happening. So you might do that to me, but at least I'm, you know, actually decent enough to not do that to you. So what it came down to was I decided to actually help them instead of leaving them. And they were like being all bitchy and whatnot else. I actually slapped her across the face and I said, if you want to fucking live and keep your leg, shut up and stay still. So I actually absolutely yelled my fucking lungs out to try and get the attention of our teachers, or the guardians at this point of this trip, and I got their attention and you know, made sure that she got a splinter and got actually, yeah, it once in my primary school put a hole with a Nokia phone into another kid's head. My dear gods, kids, it's like, I believe 90s kids are one of the most like, one of the most brutal of all kids. The ones born in the 90s. Oof. I mean, I've seen kids nowadays. Year 2000? Oh shit, okay, you got worse. You just got worse over time, my gods. Okay, 90s and the early, before 2010, it was just malice. The 1990s to fucking before 2010, it's just a race of absolute monsters. You're 04, I'm 94. Oh, it's kind of funny actually. So I'm thinking of which characters to play right now. If I should play some wonderful necromancer, or should we go ahead and do a barbarian? Or should we try the rogue? Or should we go sorceress? So which one would you like? A sorcerer, a necromancer, a rogue, or a barbarian? The most recent one, believe it or not, is actually the barbarian. The oldest is, of course, my sorceress. Oh, we have a golem, skeletal mages, and warriors. And you can also have a bone storm, you can have corpse explosions and all that, but we have the minion build. We have the minion build as our necromancer. We also, with the barbarian, we have the bash. So we bash everything with a barbarian. The rogue is the Heartseeker, which is shit to level, but is very fun in later game. And with our current sorcerer, we have the Blizzard Sorceress. There are many different builds with every sort of character, but it's a lot of fun in relation to how to actually play it. We've been focusing a lot on the Necromancer because we're trying to get all the best stats and try and actually do all the best things. Also, we're trying to get her to 100. But that can be done over time. I can also do that later on. Barbarian is actually our second highest, which is wonderful, by the way. She's an absolute menace. She's big, she's burly, and she's scary as hell. Which reminds me, I actually need to go over the build a little bit with the Barbarian. I have it saved, and it's an absolute wondrous thing. So, what is with the Barbarian is that we actually have the build without the Harlequin. But we're going to be going through the Iron Skin one, so we're going to actually have to do the skill tree all over again. Because I actually have the wrong thing, don't I? Or do I? I don't know. We're going to go ahead and check and make sure. It is a difficult choice, but I think we're going to go ahead and start with the Barbarian right now. Because I kind of want to see where we stand at that point. And I also want to make sure that it's like 100% built with everything that we need to have with it. Because I do believe that we have the wrong set of skills right now as a stance. So skill tree. So I'm going to go over the skill tree a little bit. For right now, we don't have this one. So I'm going to have to put this one on. Because this one was the wrong one. Amethystations is not something that we need. We need the Iron Skin one because that's the one I want. But I'm gonna have to go over the entirety of this page and make sure that it's actually correct. If it's not, then I'm in a heap of shit of trouble. Okay, that's on 3 and 3. That's 1. 1, okay. Alright, that's correct. That is correct. And that is correct. Okay, next one is this one. Alright, that is correct. Here we have a problem. Alright, this one's not supposed to be there. We're supposed to have tutorial. This one. Okay, what else? Here. We need to have 2 there. Okay. So there's something that is wrong here. That. Okay, let's see. That one is wrong, and then there's that. Okay, so that is how the build should look on the skill tree. Well, the Paragon is going to be a little different. So we're going to have to go through the Paragon a little bit here. So what we have now is we have the exploit glyph, but we don't have a lot of dexterity, but that will have to come in later. We're going to have to get this up to level 15. But we might want to actually get the dexterity in here just to have it. But where it is a little difficult in this case. So when we get to this one and get it up to level 20, like 15, the glyph itself, then we actually get a bigger ring, like around here, then it'll expand all the way over here and get this. So I'm actually going to try and level it up instead. I think that would be very reasonable. As for the other one, this one, territorial. We have territorial. We do not. So I'm gonna have to find that one eventually. So we're going this way and going up to this one, and then we have the glyph that is called the Ire, and we don't have that one either. So we're gonna actually have to build a little bit on the Barbarian, which is not exactly difficult, it's just more tedious, if nothing else. There. So this is the pet that we have. As you can see, the free pet right there. This is our little buddy.
I can't do that here.
That's our little buddy. Yeah. This is a little free buddy. He's adorable. Okay, so we have Iron Skin. We have Challenging Shout, War Cry, Rallying Cry, Iron Skin, Bash, and Steel Grasp. So when I go into Bash, I want to have I want to have this one, the bludgeoning weapon, on for that one. But our barbarian is very, very slow as of right now. But what I want to do at this current moment is to go over a little bit of the actual gear and stuff like that. So I can't really see the chat for the moment, but that's beside the point. Now, let's see about some of these, if we have actual things that we need for this build. Now, we have the Chain of the Iron Warrior. I still am missing the... No, wait. Did I get... Oh! Bold Chieftain's Ring! Yes, finally. We got it. Finally. Okay. Alright. But what we need on our rings is 8% cold resistance, critical strike chance, and attack speed. So, let's see if anyone has that. Okay, this one does not have it, so this one's gonna get sold. This one has damage, strength, and critical strike chance, so it only has one. It is a possibility. Critical strike chance, 89 strength, and resource cost reduction. Alright. Let's see if we can't do better. Critical strike damage. That is not what we need. So this one's getting sold. Next. Okay, critical strike damage, shadow resistance, lucky hit. Strike damage, nope. Not what we need. Definitely not what we need. Alright, let's look at the amulet. Cooldown reduction, critical strike chance, and attack speed as well. Alright. This one though? Nope. That is getting sold. This one is also getting sold as well. Or is it? Hang on. Let's see. Dual wielding. Dual wield. One-handed sword, one-handed sword. Okay, so we're gonna actually have to get swords instead of axes. So we're gonna have to sell that one. Alright, let's check the amulets that we have currently. Got this one. Alright. Cooldown, reduction, critical strike chance, and attack speed. Doesn't have any of that, so goodbye. Nope. And this one, attack speed. Damn. Okay, a possibility. That is what I need for that one. So it does have certain traits, so I'm thinking we put this one on for the attack speed, because currently as it stands, attack speed is really, really low for us. Okay, let's see. Attack speed bonus, 8%. So if we put this one on, it'll be 16%, which is really good, because we need that. We just need to get the Chain of the Iron Warrior on the necklace that we currently have on us. Also, we're gonna have to try and imprint some things onto it, meaning we're gonna have to spend some money. Which is not a problem for the current moment, because we did farm on our wonderful Necromancer. But I'm gonna put on the aspect of the Iron Warrior on this new necklace to make sure that we have everything that we need. We're gonna go to the blacksmith. We're gonna see if we can upgrade any aspects, which we cannot. So instead, we're gonna go ahead and sell the things that we do not need. As in, make our money back. Now with the imprints, or this is tempering actually. So we're gonna be in tempering, and we're gonna be getting the okay, natural finesse, that is offensive. And we need the damage to close enemies. Yes, Scorpion? What is it? That was not what we needed, so we're gonna go back. I'm gonna try and get that one. Damage to close enemies. Perfect. Now we can get another one, and we're gonna get the imposing presence. That's defensive here. So barbarian protection. Just to make absolutely sure that it's that one. Yes, it is. I'm gonna temper the item. Nope, not Guturiel. We need the imposing presence. Nope. Come on. Ugh, great. 2 more times. Oh shit, this is gonna get botched. Fuck. Alright. Well, at least we tried. Tempering is actually really good to do for gear and other things. No, we did not, and I have given up on Destiny, so we're not doing it. Instead, I'm doing stuff on Diablo because it's a lot more fun. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and temper some other things. See if we can temper this little baby. Okay, Iron Blood Sovereign Helm. Yes, good. So, we need imposing presence and crowd control duration. So, let's see. Let's get crowd control first. Hell yeah! Wonderful. Okay, defensive. We're gonna try and get imposing presence. Let's try that one. No, not that one. We need the imposing presence. Come on, let's go. No, the wrong one again. Come on. No, not that one. Damn. Shit. What the? Oh, come on. Yes! Oh yeah, let's freaking go. 2 plus 2! Wonderful. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's get imposing presence and crowd control on this one as well. Crowd control duration, wonderful. Okay, let's try and get imposing presence on this as well. Go. No, not that one. Come on. Nope. Still wrong. Come on. Fuck. Okay, how many times? 3 more times, okay. Shit! Okay. Fuck. Okay, last time. Come on. Shit. Okay. At least we got the 1. Alright, imposing presence and steel grasp to stun. Hey. Okay, barbarian control. Let's utility. Okay, barbarian control. Let's see. No. Yes, steel grasps. Yes. Wonderful. Okay, let's try and get imposing presence on this. Fuck. No. Shit. Come on. Hell yes. Okay. Alright, boots. Boots. Oh, we have the wrong one, so we're not tempering that. We're not wasting money on that. No. Okay, bludgeoning weapon. No, hang on. Amulet. No, we've already done that. Shit. Okay, rings. Yes. Okay. Oh, even if there's a brand new power that lets us mix 2 together. Yeah, exactly. I don't really care about that. I'm like, no. No. It's a no. I don't even have... I do need the Warcry cooldown. No. No. Okay, let's get the damage to close enemies. No. 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 Come on. Shit. Okay. Next, same thing. Nice. First try. Sweet. Okay, damage to close enemies. That's what we need. Wonderful. Okay. Now we need the bludgeoning weapon. We need bash cleaves. Okay, let's see. No. Yes. Wonderful. Okay, and then we need damage to close enemies. Okay. Wonderful. Okay, at least those are the ones for now. So currently what I want to do is I'm just going to put these in the empty space here, and we're going to go ahead and see what we can do. Oh my goodness, we have a lot to do, actually. So we haven't been here yet. We haven't even been there yet. I need to actually do the mastery for the barbarian, which I'm going to be doing currently. Damn, guess no stream buddy for me Friday. Sorry, man. No dice. So this little barbarian is so slow. It's like, I need movement speed. That's how bad this is.
There, barbarian. I see you are a child.
There. Okay. So, I do want to change my outfit as well, because I'm getting kind of sick of this outfit that I have on. So, I'm just gonna go ahead and go in here and we're gonna change our outfit. Let's see. Really? There's no primal trousers here? Are you kidding? Oh, this is just stupid. I got way too warm. Hmm. God damn, I hate this. I really don't like it. I'm like, god damn it, why does it have to be like serious? Why does it look like I'm about to absolutely go into winter? This is horrible. I hate it. Fuck this. Fucking drifter. Oh, for the love of... Finally. There we go. Okay, that looks a little bit less constricting. Okay, let's get some actual... There. Now we're ready to rumble. I haven't done anything on the horse, but then again, we do have a stable, so I can actually rectify that little thing here. We have this one, which was... We want the night. No, we want the nightmare. Look at this beauty. We also have this one, Temptation. Come on, change already. No, I have it, so why aren't you letting me switch to it? Open. Okay, fine. Nightmare it is. Open. Work. Oh, you let me have the head, but not the fucking banner? Ooh, little
Careful on the road. Yes, my family breeds the best.
Oh, you. Finally. There we go. Now we're gonna ride out in style. Okay, let's do this barbarian quest line so I can actually get the proper thing for it. Okay, let's see. Game froze a little bit, but that's okay. I'll come back in a minute. Or not. What's happening? The fuck you mean? Okay, we're gonna have to force shut down Diablo 4. Oh, okay. Alright, there we go. No, it froze so bad that I actually had to shut down BattleNet as well. No, they do not need to see my email. Thank you very much. The fuck do you mean updating? Hmm. Alright, let's see.
These vermin can take our land as they please. We must often remind them otherwise. Let's see what you can do. To send you. We might just survive.
Survive what?
All right, stay your hand. The vermin have bled enough. There is a small cave nearby, where your final test awaits.
Alright, let's see. Hell yeah. See what I get. It's gonna be sold. Gonna get sold. It's not 925. There's no point in me keeping it.
A great and terrible beast.
Okay, I want the barbarian skill. So that's what we're gonna be getting here. Well, after we defeat whatever this thing is. Not that it put much of a fight.
And what a great...
Okay, we're gonna go back. Gonna hand this in.
Welcome, kindred warrior.
You need armor? I've got it here.
There. And now we can actually go to our specialization or the expertise where we want the two-handed axe experts. We just gotta find ourselves a two-handed axe to equip instead of the mace that we currently have. So I am opting to go to the oval salesman and try and get a two-handed axe.
Fine quality. Well, the winds truly favor you, friend. Fine quality. Well done.
No such luck. We need the 925 one. Otherwise it's just a waste of time. Aspect isn't so bad actually. Transmog unlocked and other things.
Precious stones, beautifully cut. This I can sell.
But for the moment, I think we shall go ahead and raid out. So please do copy the raid message, and if you are subscribed, please do spam the raiding mode at your... Now let's see who's live, who we can raid into. Awesome mayhem. Chaos and destruction. Ooh, I see someone that I would like to raid. So let's go ahead and raid Dead Mana. Currently playing Mount and Blade 2. Alright, let's go show him all the love and appreciation that he deserves. Thank you all so much for joining me here today for this chaotic yet very fun long stream. Now, as always, please do take care of yourself, meaning eat, hydrate, and rest. These are very important to maintain your health. Please do keep it up. And of course, if you have the opportunity and the energy, try and take care of each other. But most importantly, do remember, you are beautiful creatures. Now, I'll send you off to cause mayhem, chaos, and destruction in Deadmana's chat. And I will see you all on Thursday for some wonderful shenanigans. Until then, my darlings, I'll see you next time. Mwah!